our struggle. He will not see the day is gone. There's not a friend like a lonely Jesus. No, not one. No, not one. Jesus knows all about our struggles. He will guide till the day is gone. There's not a friend like a lonely Jesus. Oh,
clocked in at least 10 years in sales and business development, and I felt stuck. And so during the first sessions of Verna Code in 2023, I remember Bros Ayo said, do the hard things and life will be easy. I feel like this statement has become a core part of my story because, I mean, I went through the process of asking myself those tough questions, you know. So I did that. I went through that process, and I did that just so that I could give myself enough reasons why I had chosen this new path and why I was going to stick to the plan and I was going to follow through, you know, on my decision. Also, I was going to be learning a new skill, and you know, this could actually be a hard thing that requires discipline and you know consistency. I was going to be learning skills that I had no prior foundation in, you know, skills like data analytics, programming language, you know, all that stuff. You know, but I told myself that if you know if this was what it took for me to become more like what I had envisioned, then I was ready for the ride. I mean, that I was going to give it all it takes. You know, so and also at this point, I want to mention that it's never too late or it's never old. And so the next part of my story is something around like a journey of faith. And so when I became clear about the path that I wanted to go, I applied in 2021 for a master's in the US. But I didn't get accepted because I applied to only one school then. I mean, who does that? But, you know, in 2023, I reapplied, and this time I had expanded my options. And so I got accepted into a couple of schools. And so I began the whole process of documentation, you know, preparations to travel and all that stuff. But I hadn't quite figured out how I was going to pay my tuition fees, you know. And I also hadn't traveled to the US before, you know. Um, and I hadn't traveled to the US before, but I had the things that I wanted to see. And I continued to take action. And as I continued to take action, things just kept moving forward and the way just kept opening for me. So by faith, I got the visa and the tuition fees. By the way, this tuition fees was in the window of $80,000 at a time where dollar rate in Nigeria was galloping. Yeah, but faith locked in over 60% of that money before I left Nigeria. Amazing, truly amazing. So as I begin to wrap up my story, I just want to also
here last year. She, for some, I think she was too young when we did the first one. She was in school, so she didn't participate. But last year she didn't miss a beat. Every single one she did, she came, and it's truly incredible what God can do when we all give ourselves over to it. So she's schooling in New Jersey as we speak. She's undertaking a master's program in data analytics. And beyond what God has done here, God continues to open doors for her. We say people share, we encourage people to share their testimonies as a way of inviting you guys to anybody who wants a story like that for as you said, firelighters. Um, maybe somebody's testimony will light a fire in you that will burn you forever. I can, just some of you are so transparent. I can see that you will do something. But some of you are not so transparent. And it doesn't mean that what I see is what you wanted to hear. But whether you are excited or not, the prayer or the goal is that everyone will catch on to something and do something with your life. Let the people who are rooting for you, let them have something to share over. All right? Am I making sense? All right. Good evening again and welcome. This is day 2. Last time 5. Okay. I'm just announcing to you that we'll go for 6. So we're going to end in September, not August. Okay. So I just felt there's a lot that we need to do. I haven't seen you in years. How are you doing? Where is the man? The man didn't come last month. Who is here? Okay, just keep signing until they give you a message. So how's that? Alright?
You have another sound you can give us.
Do we have the notebook? If people are signing, I don't want us to get
What are you hearing now?
no now. They have now. verse 9 and 10. Then the Lord put forth his hand and touched my mouth. And the Lord said to me, behold, I have put my words in your mouth. See, I have this day set you over the nations and over the kingdoms. Please take hands. I've read these scriptures to say to you, last month we did a lot of decluttering, all right? We did a lot of house cleaning. We did a lot of excluding myths, bad behavior with money, all of the bad stuff. That was essentially what last month was about. It was about getting the bad stuff out of your system, making you aware of them, the things that stand in the way, the things that get in the way of people becoming wealthy or becoming, attaining their goals. And so today, to plant, to build, and to plant. So we're going to begin to, because after last month, we have cleared and emptied your spirit and the space in your heart, all right, with all of the bad stuff. If we don't fill that with good stuff, what does it say in that Matthew, this thing? It goes and comes, and it comes, times 7, and it becomes worse than it ever was. So, fill all of the emptiness with good stuff. We have 6 sessions today. That's why I'm not spending time begging you people to say something. We have a lot to do. And our first session is starting, what is wealth? This thing that you people are pursuing, all right? What's your understanding of it? I said to you guys are going to be tired by the time we are through, all right, with this session. What does it say? All right? By now, some of you should be taking this to heart, all right? And essentially, the point of this quote is essentially to say to you, it doesn't matter whether you are poor or rich born, whether you're born poor, whether you're born rich, all right? Ultimately, what our target is that how you end, all right? Because there is no benefit if you are born rich and you die poor. It's still no advantage to you, all right? And certainly, it is an injustice if you are born poor and you die poor. That's both season 1 and season 2 is bad, all right? So all you want to do is, season 1 may be bad, but every movie always has a fairy tale ending, a good story. So we want for everybody that however tight or difficult your beginning is, that the end of it should be at least somewhat sweet, all right? And so that's the thing. So first thing I want to say is, if I begin to ask all of you, what is your understanding of being wealthy, all right? I'm sure I'm going to get some interesting definitions from here. And we might get to it. But the thing I want you to understand is, everybody has sort of, to be wealthy, everybody has ideas in their head. And it's not because you people are young, even old people, they have sort of a confusing notion of what it is, all right, to be wealthy. But the problem is, if you don't know something or you're not accurate about it, but you are still seeking it, all right, how are you sure? How can you hit a target that you don't know? All right, because your understanding of what wealth is going to be what you are seeking after. And if it is the wrong definition, all right, you are not going to hit bullseye. All right, so if this is the target, but you are splotching your shots here, all right, you're shooting your shots in the wrong direction into this pursuit before we expend energy and resources and all of that. We need to sort of get an understanding. This guy wrote a book because he also was at this point where he felt there's such a confusion about who millionaires are, who rich people are, and all of that. And when he had done his book and he had compiled like a profile of who millionaires are, when he showed it to ordinary people like you and I, this was their response. That no, these people can't be millionaires now. And why did they say? Because they don't look like it, all right? They don't dress fancy, all right? They don't eat. Have you seen taxi drivers eat in Lagos? Have you seen it? It's a sight. The amount of meat in their bowls, all right? They don't eat fancy stuff, all right? They don't act like it. They can't be millionaires. And that's sort of kind of the way most of us understand and relate to many of these things is that, these guys can't be anything close to that. They can't be. It must be something else, all right? Wealth is not a fancy house, all right? It's not a fancy big house. As some of you will have that, a rich person lives in a big house or owns a big house, or you may have a fancy house and you may have a fancy house and be poor, and you may have a fancy house and be wealthy. Whether you have a fancy house is not what determines whether you are rich or you are poor, all right? It's not a fancy car, all right? Very many of you judge, which are the cars reigning for you people? Which are the cars that you people like? What? A Tesla. Tesla is not a big man's car, I hope you know that. Tesla is not a big man's car. Tesla is not a big, I think the truck is $60,000 or something. The truck is $60,000. The Model Y and Model X are less than that. Have you seen the truck? Ugly looking, but yeah, that's the hip. It's ugly looking, but it's the ugliness that makes it hip, all right? But ordinarily, it's ugly looking. But it's not a fancy car, not a G-Wagon, not a S-Class, not any of that, all right? As we see in Lagos, many people have all of these things, all right? But they are still nothing. This week, there was a story yesterday or 2 days ago. Somebody bought a car and didn't finish paying. They went to arrest him. He was jumping fence. All right? He had the car. He hasn't paid, so it's not a fancy car. All right? You can have fancy cars. You can finance it in many ways. It is not going abroad or living abroad. All right? How many people have traveled abroad to like Europe or the US? Question. I would expect that like half or more than half of this class will raise their hand. Is that okay? Is that something to say amen to? Okay. But one of the first shocks you will get when you go to New York or any of the big cities is the level of homelessness in those places. The level of homelessness, it will be a shock to you. Majek Fashe came to New York and he was shocked. All right? People begging because the bigger the city, the finer the city, the more expensive things are, and the more impossible it is for the downtrodden people to afford accommodation. In poverty. By far the biggest city in Africa, in my mind, in the world, is Cape Town. South Africa, Cape Town. And you will see the same thing. Cape Town is like San Francisco or Monaco, in the terrain, sort of. And so, the higher if you drive out of the airport in Cape Town, the first you see shanties and all of that. But it's a beautiful city. But most of the people who come to work can't live there. They have to travel far to come into town and all of that. So, going abroad, on TikTok these days, you see many people who have gone abroad who are now saying, I shouldn't have sold my car, I shouldn't have sold my house. It doesn't mean that don't go if that's your aspiration. I'm not saying don't go. I'm saying whether you go or not, it doesn't mean that you are rich. There are people who live in Nigeria and die in Nigeria, and they'll be far richer than 90% of people who travel every year to vacation abroad. All right, so understand that wealth is not determined by whether you can go abroad or you live abroad. It is not a high-paying job. Wealth is not a high-paying job. I have a job in a bank. I have a job with a telecoms company, with a telco, or with a tech company. I'm a doctor. I'm a lawyer. I'm an engineer. All of these things can pay you an incredibly high salary, but that doesn't mean that you're wealthy. All right? Because understand that wealth is not the same as income. All right? If you make a good income each year and you spend all of it, you are not getting wealthier. You are just living a high lifestyle. All right? Wealth is what you hold, not what you spend. Does that make sense? All right? So none of these things, all of these things that we define as wealthy, they are not. Okay? Wealth is not owning a business. All right? Or working as an entrepreneur, as many of you think. I don't want to work for anybody, I want to work for myself. You can work for yourself, tired. It doesn't mean that you are wealthy, all right? And it doesn't mean that you will be. Somebody can be working for an employee and become rich. You can be an employee and die poor. You can own your business and die poor. You can own a business and be rich. Because we have seen rich people work for other people, and we have seen rich people work for themselves. And we have seen poor people work for other people. We have seen poor people work for themselves. So it doesn't matter the nature of work or the things that you do. That's not what determines whether you are wealthy. It must be something else. Am I making sense to you? All right? And it is not where you live. A few years ago, I don't know if this is still a thing. All right? People who live on their land. People will be boasting, I don't go to the mainland except I'm going to the airport. Okay? It doesn't mean that you are wealthy. Somebody will be living in Ajegunle and be a landlord in Ikoyi or VI. And you will be renting house in Ikoyi and VI. You will be living big, thinking that you are wealthy. But the man who is living in Ajegunle, who is living in Surere, who is living in Ikeja, who is living in Okokomaiko, as awful as the name sounds, can still be wealthy. And you living in Ikoyi and VI, you'll be nothing, or living abroad. All right? So it's not where you live. So all of you, most of you now live in places that people are not proud to talk about. But it doesn't matter that where you are is an obstacle to getting wealthy. You can be rich. You can be wealthy wherever you are. People have come to Lagos as house boys, house girls, errand boys, errand girls, and all of that, and transformed their lives into wealthy people. Whereas people who have been working in offices, who went to university, who did all of that thing, they are still nowhere. All right? So is what you do. The neighbors who have big cars, who live a big life and all of that, they usually have nothing left after all of that. So you be mindful of that. It's not your lifestyle. You can live a high lifestyle. Only carry designer bags. Okay. Only wear designer stuff. Okay. But when you are doing all of those things, just know that those things don't translate necessarily to. Have you seen Bill Gates wear LV or carry Gucci or wear any of that? I don't think Bill Gates gives a damn about any of those things. Warren Buffett, have you seen him carry? I don't think they care. So, how lifestyle is, you can like a good lifestyle, but that just know in your mind that living a high lifestyle doesn't mean that you are wealthy. What's going on? All right? Is it going to be stable? And it is not having a chieftaincy title. Why are you people having Odogu? They don't mean anything. All right? Anything more than Mr. Bill Gates. We even don't put Mr. when we call them. We don't address them with any respect. All right? It doesn't follow. All these definitions of wealth, they lead only to one place, a dead end. All right? They don't lead us to anywhere good. All right? So all this understanding of what wealth is, if you are logged into it, or maybe people have oppressed you by putting up for all of these things. When you see these things, it doesn't mean you have money. It doesn't mean you have money. You may be living high. It doesn't mean you have anything. This guy made how much last month? It was 250. Yeah. And somebody can be earning 10 million naira every year. And at the end of the year, he doesn't have that 250. Maybe he earns 10 million. He spends 15 million. How much is he left with? He's owing 5 million. So the person who has 250 is wealthier than him. But him, he might be living big, traveling, riding car, and all of that. But all of it is nothing. All right? And when you are heading to a dead end, be prepared to stop. All right? Just tell yourself, don't buy into that philosophy of trying to use appearance to convey being wealthy. Because none of these things. It doesn't mean you can wear fancy clothes and all of that. And I don't have a problem with wearing fancy clothes, but just know that that activity itself, it may convey wealth to you, but it doesn't mean that you are wealthy. And certainly you who is observing, don't be envious of that kind of thing. All right? And so, you know what Oyinbo people say? They say, wake up and smell the coffee. All right? That means wake up and change your mind. All right? Make up, realize that what you're doing is the wrong thing, and change, be ready to change your mind. All right? So what is, I've said all of these things that try to project wealth but are not. All right? And I'm going to be helping us out now to define. Rich is current income. You know what current income is? Somebody who earns a high amount of money. All right? But whether you end up being rich or not is dependent on what you do, all right, with that income. If you earn a lot and you spend a lot, you are not moving anywhere. All right? You are just balancing yourself out. You are not creating wealth. All right? Income is not what we are focused on. And absolutely, as you'll be seeing over the course of these 5 months, I'm going to be encouraging you to go increase your income as much as you can. All right? Because that's the base. But what makes you wealthy is what you do with that, not the getting of it. How many know what an option is? What is an option? What is an option? You guys are whispering, I can't hear. What is an option? No, not in this sense. It's kind of you need to understand. An option is something that is a power that you have to do anything, to do something. It's the power that you have. An option is you have the option to do it. Whether you do it or not is another matter. But you have that option is the power that you have to exercise something. So when it says wealth is an option, that means you have the money first, you have retained it. You can now decide what you want to do with it. But most people who are earning high and spending high rob themselves of that option because they don't have it anymore. Do you understand? All right? So please this is the true definition of wealth. Wealth is your ability to survive so many days forward if you stopped working. If you stopped working, how long could you survive? That's the true definition of wealth. You're wealthy according to how long you can survive at the level of living, standard of living that you are used to. How long can you carry on living like that if you stop working? So if you are earning money and you are spending money, you are earning money, you are not getting wealthy, because once that tap stops, then your lifestyle crashes. But true wealth is, whether you work or not, you are able to sustain it. And that should be your goal. Not a dread. You determine, all right? How long into the future you can survive at your desired living standard, all right, if you were to stop working. The longer you can survive, the wealthier you are. All right? The longer you can survive without a job, living at the level of standard that you have determined that you like, all right, the wealthier you are. And for some, that wealth is denominated in weeks. For some days, they are one day wealthy or something. Some people, if their salary stopped this month, their life is finished. For some, it's weeks. For some, it's months. 2 months, 3 months, 1 month. All right? Only for a few people is it years. And the more years it is, the wealthier you are. This is what people truly want. The ability to live their life regardless of whether or not a salary comes in, or whether or not your business pays you a dividend. That's true wealth. So when we just need to understand what we are pursuing. It's not how much you make, all right? But what you do with what you make that makes the difference. You can earn a little and do a lot with it, and it turns into wealth for you. But you can earn a lot and spend much more than that, and you still end up in a hole, all right? And so when we define wealth like this, it means, some things for us. One is a future measure. Wealth is not historical. It is an ability for you to continue to live going forward. Yeah, was rich in the yesterdays. And how many know yesterday's food doesn't satisfy today's hunger? You can overfeed yesterday to the point of having constipation. It doesn't mean that tomorrow you won't be hungry. You cannot go 2 days forward saying, I ate for 2 days. No. All right? Because you will then find out that we don't all need to be aspire to the same level of wealth. If somebody wants to be going to the nightclub every weekend, somebody wants to be splashing, somebody wants to spend money, somebody wants to do whatever it is, however you choose that you want to live, that's what will determine how much you need to live going forward. So it's entirely up to you. You may not need the amount of money that I live. You may not want to buy Louis Vuitton bag, and nothing will happen to you. If you decide, but the important thing is, as you guys will see today, you deciding that, all right? And keep in your mind that stopping work could be voluntary, which is you determine that you retire or something. But most times it is involuntary. The office deciding that they are tired of you. That's when people get into trouble, because they never plan for that. And net worth is simply, and I think we spoke about this last month, assets minus liabilities. Asset minus liabilities, whatever is left, is your net worth, and that's how wealthy you are. For some people, like I said, for some people this is negative. Why is that negative? Why can't this be negative? You have more liabilities than you have assets. All right? But you can have a high amount of assets, but which is obvious. So you have the car, you have the house, you are traveling, you are all of that. The assets are what people will see, but people won't see the liabilities that is funding it. So people will take your assets and relate to you as a rich person without taking notes that there are liabilities on the back of this thing, all right? Assets put money in your pocket. This definition is not the accounting definition, but is the definition for finances. In measuring wealth, we're counting only assets that put money in your pocket. All right? Liabilities are soaking money from you because you have to pay back, because you need interest and all of that you need to pay in the measure of your net worth. And why is that? Because they are depreciating in nature. If you have a car at 20 million or 30 million this year, next year is 20 million. And 2 years is going down. It's a depreciating asset. So it will be folly for you if you calculate your net worth and put the value of your car there and all of that. And you say my net worth is because every year is losing value. All right? And some assets are of an illiquid nature. What does illiquidity mean? Liquidity or illiquidity is the ease or difficulty of converting something to cash. All right? It's the ease or difficulty of converting something to cash. That's what determines. So if you have a family land in your village, is it liquid? Is it liquid? Why? Why? Eh? Yeah, is it liquid or not? I want to know. Eh? What did I say? If you have land, your family land in the village, is it liquid or illiquid? Eh? Why is it not liquid? It's very difficult to say. Is that the same for every land? Okay, because if you have family land, what makes it first? The location. The land is all about location. All right, so the value, you can have 10 acres of land in the village. It may not be worth car park space in Lagos. That's one. But two, if it is family land, there's probably restrictions on who can buy it from you. Because most families, somebody from outside your family can't come and buy your family land and stuff like that, all right? So it's the liquid. If you count, all those things can have value, but they can't be converted easily into anything meaningful or reasonable, all right? So in reality, your net worth, all right, your net worth may be lower than your accounting calculation. You may do an accounting calculation of your net worth and you are quite happy with yourself. All right, but in reality, when push comes to shove, all right, those things, if they are the accounting values that you have recognized, they may fall short of what the book says. All right, so how do they say it? I know the Yoruba, I don't know the English. Magore, do you understand? All right, don't fool yourself. All right, yeah. And so there are 4 variables to building net worth. 4 things that you need to be mindful of. All right? And one is income. And as much as possible, try to earn as much as you can. All right? Try as much as you can to earn as much as you can. Go for it. If you see low income or high income, always go for high income. Knowing that that doesn't automatically translate to you being wealthy, but it gives you a base, all right? That's the first thing. The second thing is saving. In building your net worth, saving. So you earn, how much of that earning do you save? All right? And the third thing is investment. How much of your saving do you translate to investments? And then your lifestyle. How much of it are you spending? Your wealth circle, this is what will control it. So pay attention to these 4 things. How much? So for income, what do you want to do? Which direction do you want it to go? Up or down? Up or down? All right. For saving, which direction do you want it to go? Up or down? For investment, which direction do you want it to go? Up or down? All right. For lifestyle, which direction do you want it to go? Up or down? Yeah. You want to keep it down as much as possible. All right. Keep in mind that all of these other 3 things are coming out from where? Your income is the one funding all the other 3. All right? And for income, because income is the thing supplying, is the lifeblood, all right? There are two types of income, all right? Working income is the income that you have to work for. You trade time for it, all right? You go to an office, they pay you, all right? You have a shop, you open your shop, you sell, you make profit, all right? Working income is income that you have to work for. You have to show up. If you don't show up, you don't get paid. Am I making sense to you? All right? Today is going to be rigorous, so, but you guys follow me, please. And if it gets too tough, just indicate, and I can break it down and explain. All right? But today is going to be rigor. All right? Work income. And the second type of income is what we call passive income. It's income that you don't work for. When I say you don't work for, you are not physically required to be there to make the money. All right? This is when we say money is working for you. You put your money, this is money that comes from your investments. All right? You have made a high income, you have saved a high amount, you have invested a high amount, and that investment is now making money for you. Whether you are sick, whether you are in the hospital, whether you are on vacation or not, it continues to work for you. So if you have money in treasury bills, if you have money in a bond, if you have money in a stock, if you have money in somebody else's business, all of those things, your money is working for you. You are not physically required to be there. All right? And the key to becoming wealthy is you have to convert that income that you earn. That is what will provide the seed for you to translate into the other things based on the amount of it that you invest. All right, so your goal at this time should be you make money, you want to transfer it as quickly as you can into investment so that it can start making you money. Money doesn't fall sick. Money doesn't go on vacation. Money doesn't know Saturday or Sunday. How many know they're paying you interest Saturday, Sunday? You know that if you put money in the bank, they are paying you interest on Saturday and Sunday. Money doesn't have rest, doesn't get tired, doesn't have family problem, it doesn't have depression. If you put it to work, it will be working for you 24/7, round the clock. So there's a limitation. With residual income, you work hard only once, and the money continues for you. You work hard to earn the money, and once you put it into something, that then unleashes a steady flow of income for months or years. All right? And so the desire for everybody, the goal, is where most of your income comes from passive. Do you guys understand me? Because I'm saying you guys are looking kind of like lost. Are you understanding? Can I see your hand? I understand so far, I understand. Okay, I don't understand. Let me know what you don't understand. What are you finding challenging? Any question? All right? And if you want to be rich, that's good advice for you. All right? Buy assets that will put money into your pocket. How many know investment is an asset? Do you understand that investment is not only physical assets like car? If you invest in a stock, that shares now becomes an asset for you. All right? If you invest in somebody else's business, if you put money in the bank, in savings, anything that you do with your money that is earning something becomes an asset for you. All right? And so your goal is to have as much assets as you can afford. All right? And the guys, I told you at the beginning, when those guys said these guys can't be millionaires, this is the picture that they painted to them, what millionaires are as opposed to what we think. They live, millionaires of wealthy people, live below their means. If you are living above your means, you are not getting richer, you are just getting into more problems. People who are rich live below their means, and it doesn't matter how much it is that you are earning, you have to live below it. If today your efforts can only generate 1,000 naira, That 1,000 naira, you have to find a way to live below it. Why? Because that's what you can produce. The desire to consume more than you produce is the recipe for poverty and for penury. All right? Every desire that wants to spend more than it produces, that's the problem. All right? Millionaires allocate a lot of their energies, time, money in ways that are conducive to building wealth. They are not foaming in the mouth, looking at the price of the new LV bag, looking at the ticket to go to do a TikTok. You know, man. You will see some strange things, you'll be amazed. If you see what people go through to take good pictures or videos for Instagram, you'll be amazed. People will risk their life falling off a cliff so that they can take a picture that they can. And you are spending and some of those people are making money from it. So maybe that's it also. But the ones who are just doing it for pleasure and all of that, that's a problem. Where you focus your energy, your time, your money on, it has to be conducive to building something. The independence is more important to them. Or like financial independence is more important to them than displaying a high social status. And they didn't get support from parents, and they're not supporting any child. They are always looking for opportunities to get wealthy. All right? This is, the picture of somebody that is going to make money. This is what your life needs to reflect. So I'll leave it on the page for a bit if you're interested in getting the picture. We're going to be here a long time, man. Today, not today. Can't cuckoo vex and go. The worst you can do is sleep. You can't vex and go. All right? Can I go? All right? I'm going to move. So as we end this first session, I think I've explained to you numerous things. That last month I told you, being a graduate, being a professional, all of that doesn't guarantee you money. All right? A plank seller in the market, illiterate plank seller, will be controlling millions. You go to university, you'll be wearing tie and all of that. You will not see hundreds of thousands. All right? So being, well-educated, being a high-income earner, none of that automatically guarantees you anything. All right? And it doesn't mean that if you're a plank seller, you will be wealthy also. It's up to what you do with the money that determines that. Money, wealth, is often all of these things, hard work, perseverance, and most of all, self-discipline. And that's the challenge for most people, that self-discipline part. To make the money, to spend less than it, to save it, to invest it, that usually becomes a challenge for most people. If you are giving them sweet now, be ready to give them sweet many times because we have not gone 30 minutes, you're already giving them sweets. You'll be ready, you have many sweets. Because the sweets you people will live today, you'll be plenty, I'm telling you. All right? So wealth is when small efforts produce big results. All right? And to be poor is when you are working hard and it's not translating to anything. All right? Can go? All right. Any questions? I'll leave it for you who are right. Any questions before I move into the second session. Any questions? Anybody who is not... See, there are many things that we need to do. If you are unclear about anything, please be bold to ask. Anybody has any question? Anybody has anything to say? I take it I can go on. You guys are clear? Okay. Our second session is, why do you want to be? Now that you understand what wealth is, why do you want to be? All right? Why do you want to be wealthy? That's the second session. Why? Okay, and so we go again. We go again. All right? So, okay, let's go again now. Let's go. What? Okay, so just memorize that, please. What is the longest distance in life between 2 points? How many remember that from last time I said it? All right, what? Okay, so the distance, I said the longest distance in life is the distance between what you know and what you do. All right, that's what people call a lacuna. It's a big space, all right, between what people know and what people do, all right? Lots of people know what to do, but few actually do that, what they know, all right? So and the testimony that you heard, I said, if you do the hard stuff, life gets easy for you. If you do the easy stuff, life gets what? Gets hard, all right? So that gap remains wide for people who are doing the easy stuff, all right? The people who are doing the hard stuff, they'll be bridging that gap, all right? They'll be narrowing it. And the extent to which you narrow it is the extent to which your life will be easy. See this statistic that somebody ran. It says 67, they want to accomplish something. It's only 67 of every 100. So 67% of the world has goals set, all right? But of those 67, only 10 actually make realistic plans, all right? So 10%, all of you people who came last year for bare knuckles, all right? Only 10% of you will make any kind of plans towards it. And of those 10%, only 2 will actually follow through. That is why when I'm asking you for what have you learned, what have you done, you will be struggling because you haven't done much. So everybody starts off with energy, with enthusiasm, with all of that. But we start out from 100, we end up at only 2. So will you be one of those 2? That's the real question that we want to, that's the challenge that we have. Our challenge is, how do we get more people to execute on their plans, all right? How do we get them to go after their goals? That's the challenge that everybody has. That's the challenge that we have as a church. That's the challenge we have as a ministry. That's why we are here. How are we going to get most of you to do the things that you are learning? So that gap between what you know and what you do. How many know that you are knowing a lot now? How many can say that? You are knowing a lot now, all right? So the challenge now is, what you know is expanding. You have to be shortening it by what you do, all right? So that the gap doesn't just continue to expand and expand. And there is how many know what an anchor is? An anchor. So it's a device, any kind of device that we use to hold something down. And why are we holding them down? Because there's a tendency that they can stray. The water can carry them away. So when you anchor them, it means that you give them only a little room between where they can move without going far away. So what we need, all right, for most people, what we need is, we have the intention, we have set the goals, all right, but many of us get carried away by other things, all right? So we need anchors now. We need an anchor that will hold us so that even when we stray, We don't get to that side of the hall. We stray a little, and it tugs us, it pulls us back. That's what we need to find. That's the challenge, that we need to find, that very many of us don't stray away far from our goals. What is it that is going to hold us down, that is going to be our anchor, that is going to keep... See, in life, everybody strays. Everybody strays. Everybody is distracted. Everybody is consumed by other things. Everybody is confused. Everybody, for a while, gets carried away. But the people who succeed in life are the people who have anchors. Something that, when you go, it will pull you back, as in, not that far. And the people who go astray in life are the people who have no anchors. They just swim away. They just keep getting carried by the ocean of life. All right? And so I'll read this Romans passage because it captures it for us. It's an interesting passage, Romans 7 and from verse 14. It says, "For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. For what I am doing, I do not understand." All right? What I'm doing, I do not understand. "For what I will to do, that I do not practice. But what I hate, that I do. For if then I do what I will not to do, I agree with the law that it is good. But now it is no longer I who do it, but sin that dwells in me. For I know that in me, that is in my flesh, nothing good dwells. For to will is present with me, but how to perform what is good I do not find. For the good that I will to do, I do not do, but the evil that I will not to do, that I practice. Now if I do what I will not to do, it is no longer I who do it, but sin that dwells in me. I find then a law, that evil is present with me, the one who wills to do good. For I delight in the law of God according to the inward man, but I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind, and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin, which is in my members. O wretched man that I am, who will deliver me?" All right? So, again, this guy is expressing something that we all find. Every one of us, when we find ourselves after we have done something that we shouldn't do, we immediately feel regret and remorse. But before you conclude that thing, that time, your eye is not clear. Your mind is not so sharp at it. But after you have done it, like, what is this? Why did I do this again? All right, that is is there anybody who is not familiar with that experience? Or liars? You guys. You guys don't find yourself doing what you don't want to do. Everybody is familiar with it. All right? You do what you don't want to do. Maybe you tell yourself you read the Bible. You find out that you end up not reading it. All right? Because it's what I'm always doing. The one that I determine I want to do, I don't do. So the challenge is, how do we anchor ourselves to those things that we have committed to do? What are the anchors that we're going to use to hold us down against the tugs of life? There are many things that are tugging at us, that are trying to pull us away, that are, just dragging us away from our goals, from what we have determined that we want to do. What anchor, what is it that will hold us down to it? Lifestyle, that's one tug of life. Just the desire problem, that's a tug. So how do you anchor yourself against that thing that is trying to drag you away? All right? The expectation of others is another thing that is dragging you away from your goals. You want a desire to want to be like others, to want to be accepted, to want to fit in. Whether old or young, this thing that I'm telling you, whether old or young, all of us want to buy another car. All of us want to travel. All of us want to live because, everybody else is doing it. All right? The conformity to conform. One of the hardest things in life is to decide to not do what everybody is doing. To stand apart. It takes a lot. All right? So, because it's easier, all of us just want to go with the flow and be like everybody else. All right? Another tug is consumption. The desire to just, consume, buy new clothes, rent a bigger house, buy a new car, just eat. How many of you have iPhones? You are judging yourself. I'm not the one judging you. You are the one judging yourself now. Because many of you have it now, you can't raise your hand up. All right? But there are very few of you that should have an iPhone in this hall. There are very few. Like Collins. Why did I say Collins? Eh? Why? Why did I say Collins? He's working. But even him, a $1,000 phone, based on some of the things he's hearing now, you'll be thinking about, okay, well, yeah. But certainly for some of you who are not working, the things that you have had to do to get that iPhone, if you did that thing to get money for something that will be, an investment or something, you will see how far you will go. That's the point. Consumption, instant gratification, just the desire to, I can't wait. I want it now. I want that iPhone now. Why should I wait until I start working? How will I get good TikTok videos? All right? How will I get sharp pictures on Instagram if I don't have an iPhone? It's a useless phone. So that when people are proud, it's only iPhone owners now that are proudly bringing out their phone. You feel so oppressed to the point that you would rather say you don't have any phone than bring your. Well, why? That's what you can afford at this time. Nobody at this time should be ashamed that they don't have an iPhone. If you're ashamed you don't have an iPhone now, there is already a problem. All right? There's already a problem. Instant family pressures. All right? Your families want you to do many things. Have more children. Get married. Get married to more than one wife, self, if they can. Please, not that girl. Wake her up. Let her stand up. She needs to be awake. You need to stand up, go to the back, go and wake up. Do anything, go and wash your face, do something to wake yourself up. Go. She's still in a daze, she can't hear me. Can somebody help her? Go wash your face, do something. She hasn't woken up. Go and wash your face. Go and stand up, do something, go to the back. Challenge yourself to wake up. Everybody feels tired. It's not a problem. I don't have any problem with somebody feeling tired. But do something to wake yourself up. Don't just give in to it. All right? African culture, sometimes our cultures make it impossible for us to. They can stand in the way. What is expected of you? All right? What people do. Those things talk. Understand that if you don't have a strong reason or purpose, everything in life is hard. If there's no reason for you to want it, everything is hard. And if you find a reason, you find out that most things become easy for you. All right? If you can find enough reasons to do something, all right, you get yourself to do almost anything. Which one do you want to write? The last one. This one is fine. Okay. All right. If you have the right reason for starting something, like writing your goals down, all right, you will have the sort of the energy, the tenacity, the staying power to give it a little more time. If you have that anchor, all right, you find that it keeps pulling you to it. All right? And that's what we need to do. We need to find those reasons. We need to find a reason why I want to do this thing. Why do you want to be wealthy? That's the question. And you guys, everybody has a pen? I don't have a pen. Can you raise your hand? my phone to type whatever it is you are using to write. Everybody has something to write. Everybody, does everybody have something to write? I'm expecting an answer. You guys are going to do some work. All right, why do you want to be wealthy? And for some of you, is this. How many of you, because we don't write checks anymore, how many know what it means to bounce? How many know when they say check bounces, what does it mean? It means what? Eh? It means what? It's sort of. If a check bounces, it's not honored actually. If a check bounces, what does it mean? Insufficient, no more insufficient funds. Able God, shower your blessings. No more insufficient funds. That's what it means, man. When a check bounces, it means no insufficient funds. All right, that's what it means. So this guy says, I want to be rich, so that when I write a check, it will be what? It's the bank that will be saying they don't have enough money to pay me. All right? And for many of you, this is kind of what people want, as in, I want to have money so that people will be alarmed. People will be impressed. People will be, And whether or not that is a strong enough reason to want it, we will soon find out. All right? But the point is, if we gather enough reasons to change, we can change in a minute something that we have tried all our lives, and failed to change. All right, so what we are going to do now, beginning now, all right, is to find that reason. Why do you want to be wealthy? Now you are writing, everybody. Why I want to be wealthy? Write it down. Why do you want to be wealthy? What will be your anchor? What will be your reason? Why will you pursue it? Why will you not give up? Why do you want to be wealthy? Everybody is writing. Why? 10 reasons, 20 reasons, whatever it is. Why do you want to be wealthy? So you see the problem now. Everybody wants to be wealthy, but people don't know why they want to be. Why do you want to be wealthy? All right? Why do you want that mullah? Go on. As many reasons as you can. Why? Why do you want to be wealthy? Why? This money that you are pursuing, why do you want it? What will it do for you? Keep in mind that the reasons that you are giving, they are the reasons why you will keep at it. You won't give up. These things are so important to you that it will be your anchor. Every time you wander away, you come back that, I need this money for this thing. All right? I need this money because of this reason. So I won't give up. Why? Why do you want this money? How are you doing? You chose to be with us today. So kind. Why do you want to be wealthy? Why? I'm expecting Fusca Pejo. It's hard, eh? It's not hard. You must have reasons now. Want to buy a phone, you want to, all of the. Why do you want to be? You want your neighbors to shake when they see you. Want to be an oppressor, dress, shoes, latest handbags. Why do you want to be wealthy? And the stronger it is, the more motivating it is. The more it is able to hold you. Is what we, and I'll talk about it later. All right? But why? Find your why. Why do you want to be wealthy? You have to write it down. Why? Why do you need this mullah? No more. You don't want to go to the bank and never hear insufficient funds. Why? Because if you don't know why, then, why are you pursuing it? Sonia, are you struggling? You are struggling? You are not struggling. Okay. Why everybody should be doing this thing, whether you are protocol or not. Write these things down, or these things are going to be helpful to you, what you are doing. Why? You must have reasons. Why? Why do I want to be wealthy? Why are you people struggling? This is the thing that brought you here. This thing has been giving you headache before. All right? Now, you don't know why. Yeah. How many people have written 10 things? 10 reasons. You have written 10 reasons. Wow. How many have 10 plus? 10 plus reasons. Right? How many do you have? 5. You don't want this money, oh. You don't want this money, oh. More. Please pour out your heart as to why you this. Why do you want it? Why? I mean, who needs more paper, I beg? Is it difficult? It's forcing you to think, eh? Who needs more time? Who needs more time? Who is going to be proud enough to read out some of the reasons for me? Private. If it's private, I respect that. You want to keep it private. You are willing to read it. Private. Okay. All right, can I go on now? All right, everybody exhausted his reasons. Okay. We're finished? Okay. There's only one reason why you should want to be wealthy. Only one. All right? There's only one reason why you should want to be wealthy. Okay? And the reason is freedom. There's only one reason why you should want to be wealthy. And the reason is freedom. All right? Every other thing that you desire, we can put it in the bucket of being secure. Security. You want to protect yourself. There is only one reason why you want to be wealthy. It's freedom. All right? It's the one reason. And when you give up freedom for security, you end up having none of the two. All right? You end up having none of the two. Right? Luke 12:16 to 21. And it's the story of the rich fool. Then he spoke a parable to them, saying, the ground of a certain rich man yielded plentifully, and he thought within himself, saying, what shall I do, since I have no room to store my crops? So he said, I will do this. I will pull down my barns and build greater, and there I will store all my crops and my goods. And I will say to my soul, soul, you have many goods laid up for many years. That's what? Security. You have many goods laid up for many years. That's security. Take your ease, eat, drink, and be merry. But God said to him, fool, this night I will take my soul. You will still have your property. I will see who will gain. All right? If any person seeks security, you give up control over your life. All right? And the question that's the only reason why you want money. That's the only reason that will keep you on track, that will keep pulling you back. And so the question that all of you should be asking is, the freedom to do what? All right? And I'll give you some. Freedom to live for God. All right? To live a godly life, to live a purpose-driven life. Freedom. You want money so that you can be free to live for God. To live your purpose. You want freedom to live as you choose. So that, you know, that joke that we make, that people go to a restaurant and they look at the price first before they choose what they will order. Do you know that? How many of you have taken a girl out and you let her eat first, then you say, no, I don't want anything, just water. All right? You don't want to do that. You want to go to any restaurant, you want to eat what you want, knowing that you'll be able to pay. All right? You neutralize money in your decisions. You when it comes to tithe paying, you can pay your tithe without any, oh, my child school fees, oh, somebody is in hospital, oh, my grandmother, my mother, my freedom. Freedom so you can choose how you live. All right? Freedom to protect your family. Some of you have experienced that lack of protection because your parents just haven't had the means. And the example I was going to, a couple of years ago, my friend was telling me, he was reading that passage, I think the passage is the Ephesians, where Jesus gave his life for the church. Jesus gave his life for the church, and that's what is required of a husband for his wife. I think that's Ephesians, okay? He said he read that thing, and one night he broke out in a sweat. He woke up and saw his wife and his child, and he's like, I should be willing to give my life for these people. That it was late at night, he was, like now, sleeping, and he was sweating. Just that realization dawned on him. All right? So one of the reasons why you want to have money is you don't want, because you can't pay your daughter's school fees, your daughter now has to go out and meet people to beg, to ask, and then they'll proposition her with all kinds of stuff, and then they might end up doing that, or you're in hospital, they can't pay your hospital bills, then this is happening and this is happening. 2 times. To protect your family when you are around, but more importantly, to protect them when you are not around. You don't want, because you pass on, then your family was used to living like this. Now, their lifestyle has to crash. That's why you want to have money. The freedom, all right, to be able to do these things for you. How many people are getting something? Does this make sense to you? Don't sleep on me, I need you guys. These things are important. These things are the reasons why you will now focus on your goals. Because these things are important. All right? The freedom to provide for your parents. How many of you have dreams for, I don't like what my parents are doing. I don't like where they're living. I don't like the way they talk to them at work. I don't, whatever it is. Some of you, your desire is just, see, when you watch American hip-hop stars, one of the first things they do when they become wealthy is what? They buy a house for their mom. Because most of them grew up in single-parent homes. Very many of them, whether it's NBA basketball player or one of the first things they do, they buy homes for their moms. So some of you will have seen some conditions, some situations that your parents are in and all of that, and you don't like it, you are concerned by it, it's a worry for you, and that will be your drive. That will be the reason why when you make that money, you will save it, you will invest it, because you want to be in a position where you don't want your dad to be doing the work he's doing, where small young people will be talking to him anyhow. You don't want your mother to be selling something on the roadside anymore. Those things, that's why you want to have money. To choose who you work for. Do you understand? You have seen it. You don't want to work in any organization where somebody will be abusing you, where they don't, you can't say you are sick, you can't take time off, you can't go on vacation, you are forced to do something, whether you're a bank, what kind of work you do and who you work for. If lawyers or we don't work you do. If you want to be an entrepreneur, okay. If you want to work for somebody, but you're choosing what kind of work you want, you're choosing how you work, the content of the work. All right? Freedom to be debt free, not to owe anybody. Want to be at peace. You know that story in the Bible that the prophet died and then they came to take his kids or something away because of he had. You don't want that. It's bad enough that you don't leave money for them. Now to even leave debt on top, that's the one they'll be causing. When they say they should do dust to dust, it's stone people will carry and be stoning your casket. Do you understand? You don't want to do that. You want to be debt free, not to owe anybody. You don't want anybody to have a first charge on your money. If your money comes, it comes to you. I mean, you know, sometimes you make a lot of money, and then when you owe people and you have to pay them back, you know, the thing turns to be nothing. When more money comes to you and it's your money, you want it to be your money. You don't want to be running around, you know, paying debt or all of that. So your money is your money. You want to be debt free, all right? And you want the freedom to be able to help others. How many like to help people? You see people on the road, you see people living in conditions, you see all these things like, can't somebody do something for this people? You want to be in the position to do that. What did I tell you people you would do for Pastor Efai and Pastor Shola last time? Very soon, these people should be buying them tickets to travel. Why? Because they have invested in your lives. And Pastor James. Some of you will be looking at him like, why is this thing? Like, why are all these people not being able to? You take it upon yourself that I want to be in a position where I will sort out this problem. All right? These are the reasons. So there is one reason to be wealthy. Why? What's that reason? Freedom. And what does that freedom do for you? Is to be able to do all of these things. All right? So you still buy the iPhone. Because you want to, if it's important to you, you buy it. But you don't have to buy it because everybody is buying it. All right? Does it make sense? All right? Don't just determine in your mind to be free. You want to be a free man. You don't want to be under the control of anybody except God. Be subject to no man except God. Somebody, you know what the Bible says? The borrower is subject, servant to the lender. All right? You don't want to owe anybody. You are able to do it. If travel is important to you, you can travel. If you don't like plane, you're afraid when you can live here and be living a good life. Everything that is abroad, you know you can get it here. Freedom. Let that thing stick in your mind and your head. The reason I'm chasing this mullah is so that I can be free from the control of anybody. I don't want when it comes to paying tithe, I'll be like, if I pay this tithe, how will these guys go to school? Who will pay my school, my mother's hospital bill? No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to, when you go into, when I travel now, when I go to a new city or something, I go on TripAdvisor, I look for the top restaurants in that town. Seafood restaurant or something, and I eat. I don't look at the price before I eat. When they bring the bill, I might stagger up, I'll still pay. I'll still pay. Because it's important to me. I don't want to be, but there's a time when we have to do that. When we have to look at the price to do something. All right? The ability to do what you want, when you want, with who you want, for as long as you want. That's why you want money. All right? That's really why you want money. You want to do what you want, when you want, with who you want, at any expective time. That's really why anybody needs money. All right? And the ultimate freedom is the right and power to decide how anybody or anything outside of yourself will affect you. We're okay. Just want to live life. All right? Okay? And no, the reason, the why is what? Is our anchor. All right? That's your anchor now. That's what will keep holding you down. Whenever you stray and all that, you come back to, when you remember why you want this money, you'll be focused on it. You won't be living a big lifestyle and all of that and still be enslaved to anybody else. So most times when people earn a high income, they have no freedom at work. They're still controlled by people. They still don't like their bosses. Their work conditions are still awful for some time before you get into something, and your life won't be affected negatively. Does that make sense to you? All right, that's the goal. That's find emotional reasons. And when you think about your parents, when you think about what you want to do in the world, the impact you want to make, those things will hold you down to focus on this thing because it's important. All right? Make painful. When that lack of freedom, when you make it painful to yourself, you will never want to be in that situation. Because anything that we attach pain to, you know what we do to that? We avoid it. If you make painful the inability to be free to choose what you want, to do what you want, to be with the most painful thing to you, you will do everything in your power to avoid it. Because we always do more to avoid pain than to gain pleasure. Okay? Any questions? Okay. You guys can stand up and stretch a bit. Stand up and stretch a bit. No going out, we're just stretching. All right? You guys don't want to stretch. All right? Stand up. And if you have a question, you can ask me while this is going. I said no going out, I said no going out. Just stretch, just shake a bit before I move to the next session. All right? How many are benefiting from what we are doing? Is this proving useful for you? I can't hear you. All right? All right, one more minute and we'll go. You have a question? Okay, please, he has a question. Can you give him the mic?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I came in when you are making just the last statement of freedom.
Yeah.
Please, I'd like us to throw more light on that freedom so that we don't misconstrue freedom to be like the prodigal son that collected all his wealth and went and squander it.
You collected somebody's wealth now. That means you are not wealthy.
Not his
now.
own. It was his own. You went to his father
It wasn't his own.
and asked for his own portion of the inheritance.
I started out by saying the freedom to live a godly life. That's the first reason. The first reason you want freedom is to live a godly life. And I said, is to live according to your belief. All right? So, again, we shouldn't be afraid of some of these things. We shouldn't be afraid that there can be misinterpretation to things. I've explained it. I've given the examples. I've said it. If somebody will take that, that's what they are doing anyway right now. All right? We're saying, you want to be free to live your life in a way that is God-determined. That's your choice. All right? Any other question? You have a question? She has a question.
Okay, good evening, sir.
Yeah.
I design clothes,
Okay.
and I don't just design, I create them.
Okay.
So I have a business page on Instagram.
Okay.
So most times what I do is that when I create these styles, people see it and like them, yeah, and they ask me to make for them.
Okay.
Most times when I make profits, I do not enjoy the profits. I use that money, if not all, most times, to make another cloth.
Yeah.
Is it wise or it's foolish?
No,
Because
you are investing in your business.
even though the cloth is for me, I'm my model for now. Okay, sir. The cloth. I model my clothes by myself.
Okay.
Now, sometimes it looks as though I'm doing too much. You know, even though it's just my face on my page, I post the clothes, they see it on my body, and they want me to make that for them.
Okay.
So, is it wise or it's foolish? Is
It's not foolish, but you just have to elevate that. All right. So what you're doing is you are investing in. You could be paying somebody else to be advertising for you, but what you're doing is you are marketing for yourself. So at some point, you should determine that you should make enough money so that you can put some of it into marketing and some of it you set aside. So that should be your target. At the start, there is no problem in putting all your money in your business, but keeping in mind that at some point, the business will get to a stage where you have to start putting some of it aside. Did I answer you?
Yes.
Okay, so you are not foolish, yeah. All right, anybody else has a question? Okay, someone at the back.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
So you've talked about freedom. I want you to talk about security. More details. Like you didn't give any detail on it.
Okay, security is everything that you do to sort of try and hedge your bet, try and protect yourself. So you saw the passage that we read, all right? He said, I'll break my banks, I'll store my money so that I'll have something to feed and to eat and to do all of that. If you're focused on only, all right, you're in your head, the reason that you're doing it, the driver for you is secure. When you have money, I just want to save it. I just want to invest it. Why? Because something might happen, like Job, all right? Something might happen. Something could probably go wrong. So your entire framework is around just, I want this money so that I can be safe, I can hedge myself, nothing will happen to me and all of that. And we're saying nothing will happen to me is not a reason, is not a powerful way or reason enough, all right, to pursue it. That the ideal, the best way is you just want to be free. And then you might have less money than somebody who wants to be secure. But because you are choosing that, what's important to me is freedom, it means that what you will do, the things you expose yourself to, the way you, as he said, the lifestyle you choose, the things that you will do will be based on being free of anybody and subject only to God. That's basically what we're saying. All right? Okay, any other question? Okay, let's go. The third session is building a wealth plan. So what was the first thing that we did today? Huh? What is wealth? What's the next one that we did just now? Why? Why do you want to have? So now we understand what wealth is. All right? We have defined our why. All right? So what should we start to do? We need to start to plan, to begin to plan how we make this moolah. All right? So that's what we want to do now. All right? Again, so we go. All right? Let's go. That is your fault, okay? All right? Poverty needs no plan. How many of you have realized that? You don't need to plan to be poor. Poverty is ruthless. It will, you know what it says in the Bible? A little sleep, a little slumber. All right? Poverty comes on you like an armed bandit. Not like a bandit, oh, like an armed bandit. It comes with weapons too. You know, it will come on you with ferocity. All right? Poverty needs no plan. All right? But for you to be wealthy and all of that, all right, you need to have a plan. Every good thing always, bad things don't require your permission. All right? To construct something good, something positive, you usually need to make a plan for that. So that's the starting point. You're not going to accidentally get rich, but you can be accidentally become poor. That's constant. The way everything is set up and all of that is for you to be poor. But very few people will be, you are not doing anything, you are not deliberate, you are not conscious, you are not going to end up rich. If somebody, like he said, prodigal son, if somebody he gives you money, you will still lose it. All right? If you don't have a plan, an understanding plan, all right? Is there, all the people that need to be online, are they online? Okay. All right. If you don't have a plan set for yourself in writing, the one thing that is sure is you'll be working for someone else's plan. All right, and he'll be using you to achieve his own goals. You'll be his maga. You'll be producing for somebody else. Somebody else is like she now. When she makes a lot of money now, she can get models, other people to model for her. They'll become our maga. They'll be doing those things, they'll be bringing sales to her. All right? And the people may be becoming popular, but if they don't have a plan for how they turn that popularity into this thing, they will just be creating, because she obviously has a plan already. All right? The journey of wealth making, of life in general, doesn't take care of itself. If you don't plan it, you don't get it. You don't get anywhere. You don't get anywhere nice. If you don't put an address in your Google Maps, you are just driving. Yeah. All right? In life, you must have a plan. You must be deliberate about it. Is what I'm saying, is it making sense to you? Can I see your hand, please? If it's making sense to you. I need to know that I'm not losing you people. Okay. All right? And the further in advance you plan, the cheaper your life becomes. All right? Ask your parents. If they started doing many of these things at your level, now they will be living an easy life. But because many of them either didn't know or didn't do these things, that's why it's a struggle for them now. All right? The further in advance you plan, that's why I'm spending all this time on you people. Many of the things that you do, you will learn now. If you start them now, it becomes easier for you. And I will demonstrate that later tonight as well. All right? Life becomes something. She has to first see the star in her mind before then she can produce it. Everything in life is created twice. If there is no first creation, there can be no second creation. Otherwise, the second creation will be faulty, will be a problem. And we see that in Nigeria, many times, people build houses without architectural design. And what do you see? Collapse, bent, and all of that, those kind of problems. So when you live your life without creating that plan first, but you are going about executing, you are going to execute wrongly. You are going to create a false edifice. So it's important that we have that mental creation. And in the Bible, we saw it as well. Just so that I don't skip it. I was going to skip it, but some of you won't believe me except I read it. So, Genesis 1, verse 26. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image, according to our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created, in male and female, he created them. Then God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it, have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves. And God said, see, I have given you every herb that yields seed, which is on the face of the earth, and every tree whose fruit yields seed. To you it shall be for food. Also to every beast of the earth, to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, in which there is life, I have given every green herb for food. And it was so. God said all of these things to man. All right? But until we get to verse 2, all right? And verse 2, for any herb of the field had grown, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. But a mist went up from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. And God formed man. That's the second creation. That's the physical produce. When he was telling him, have dominion, all of that thing was still in God's mind. But he was already saying what he will accomplish. The second one, when he physically produced the man, I'm just telling you, everything in life is produced twice. If there is no first creation, the second creation will be nothing magnificent. All right? And for a man to wish to be rich, all right, is of little purpose. What we want to do now, we want to be putting definiteness, all right, to your aspirations. I've been methodical. I've explained to you what wealth is, so we know what our target is. We've figured out, because we know many people have this desire, but very few people accomplish it. So we have tried to find anchors for ourselves, to root ourselves, so that we don't wander away. Now we want to, revalidate our plans in some cases, or make new plans in others, all right? I always wanted to be somebody, but I should have been more specific. Specific is the thing. I want to be rich is nothing. Specific. What you want to do. Everything that we're doing is specific. We're not talking generally, all right? And when we go into this planning now, I don't want you to hold yourself back to plan according to your current conditions. Let your desires, you know what we say. Jim Rohn says, don't go to the ocean with a teaspoon. You know how large the ocean is, all right? If you want, don't go in there. And that's how the world is, your universe. If you go with a teaspoon to the ocean, it is you. That's on you. That's nobody's fault. The water is there for you to take, but it's you who has gone with a teaspoon. It's you who have gone with very little desires. All right? And our aim is to stop aimless drifting, where you're just going in life, just wandering about, and all of that. We want to anchor you on definite things, definite plans, definite goals, things that you're seeking, things that you will do, things that you want to see accomplished. All right? And so the goals that you will set today, all right, they will be explicit. Be clear. And don't use words that are not meaningful. Don't say anything that is not necessary. So you don't have to write a novel, but just be explicit. Be explicit, be precise. All right? And let it be something that will excite you. If it doesn't excite you, it can't motivate you. Let it be something that, let other people say you are dreaming too large. Let it be their problem. But don't condition, don't restrict yourself. All right? It has to be something that we can measure. So don't use flowery language without measurement. Measurement is in terms of amount and in terms of time. When will I do it? What will I do? When will I do it? All right? It has to be accessible. It has to be measurable. It has to be challenging. It has to be a stretch. Don't just project where you are today and set goals that are limiting. I don't want to see anybody that will say in 10 years, I want to be earning 500,000. I will drive you out of this place. All right? And it has to be time framed. All right? So your goals have to be exact. Make sense? Again, we're starting to work. Biro, pen, whatever it is. You are setting your own goals now. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right? So we're going to set goals over 4 time frames. Let me explain to you. We're going to set 1-year goals. That means from here now to April next year. That's 1 year. From now to April next year, or May 16 if you people want, for exactness. We're going to set goals over 1 year. We're going to set goals over 3 years. We're going to set money goals over 5 years, and we're going to set money goals over 10 years. That means for each of those times, so keep in mind, we're starting with year 1. And what this says is, over the next year, every question that I'm going to be asking you now, you are answering over the next year. Next year, 1 year, what do you want to see happen in your money life? All right? What will my income be? My income goal, what's your target? How much will you earn? In 1 year's time, what's your target for how much you will earn? And you might be a student. All right? You might be a student or you're still living. That means that's not such a big goal for you over 1 year. It's not an income goal may not be a big goal for you. There is no problem with that. Because of the next 1 year, I'm still going to be in school. I'm going to be limited to the money I get. If there's any way for you to put money aside or to earn extra money or not, fine. If there is not, that's not a problem. All right? Because everything is stage in life. Over the next year, how much do you want to be earning? All right? You're thinking about it? Over the next year. You remember what we said? It has to be challenging. It has to be exciting. Don't just limit yourself, but don't say something that is just dreamy. If you're a student, you're a student. Don't kill yourself over that. We're going to get to the time frames when you should be earning money. Be patient. All right? What is my saving goal over the next year? What is my saving goal? Amount or percentage. You can use percentage. If I earn 1 million, I'm going to save 20%, or I'm going to save 200,000. Anything you want to do, but be accurate. For people who don't have a definite this, you can say 20% of any money I make, I'll save, or 30%, or 40%, or 50%. How many remember what Auntie Becky said last year? People have forgotten. How much was she saving? She's happy that people don't remember, so I'll skip on it. All right? But have a saving goal. All right? Can I go on year 1? We're limiting this now to year 1, next year, over the next year. All right? How much will I invest? Over the next year, how much will I invest? If I make money, I'll save this amount. Of that money that I save, I will invest this amount. And again, it can be a percentage. And if you are a student, all of these things might not mean anything to you in the next 1 year. There is no problem with that. When we get to the right time frames for you, you will express them. But if you don't force yourself to articulate all of these things, you are not going to achieve anything. What is my expenditure goal? And make your expenditure goal 1% of your income. So of every 1 naira that I make, how much will I spend that I'm absolutely restricting myself to not spending beyond a certain percent of my income? All right? You're calculating it. You're calculating it. Calculate. I like that. Calculate. Just think about it. Don't write aimlessly. Think about it. You have to. These things, you are drawing it from yourself. But it's important that you do these things. What is my debt goal? And debt goal is, for most of you, it will be if you're in debt already, you are setting a goal for how you want to repay. So your debt goal can be, I want 0 debt in my life. Or if you're already in debt, you are setting a goal for, how it will go low. There is no problem with borrowing for business. Let me be clear. If you are borrowing to do business, there is no problem with that. But be clear what you are doing. It's borrowing for consumption that is a problem. There's no problem with borrowing for business. All right? So what is your debt goal? For most of you, it should be that you want 0 debt. You have borrowed money to buy iPhone. Find a way to pay it. You are borrowing people's clothes to wear. Stop it. Sometimes you guys rob yourself, you kill yourself, you kill your motivation for working hard because you find easy ways to be accomplishing things. When you borrow somebody's clothes to go to the distance, you lose the motivation that comes from having somewhere to go and not having a cloth to wear to that place. And telling yourself that next year I won't miss it. But if somebody borrows you his clothes to go, you lose that. Don't borrow anything. What is my net worth goal? When I do asset minus liability, how much do I want to have that is my own money, that either is in investment, is in asset, is in property, is something, how much really? See, a 10,000 naira net worth is better than 50 million naira in debt. 1,000 naira, you are senior to somebody who is 50 million naira in debt. So don't despise the smallness of your initial targets because this is year 1. We're just starting. All right? Are we done with year 1? Are we done with year 1? Okay? And we do exactly the same thing for year 3. In 3 years' time, all right, what is my income goal? In 3 years' time, how much do I want to be earning? Whether I'm making business, I'm doing business, I'm working. How much do I want to? And don't limit yourself. All right? In 3 years' time, how much do I want to be making? How much do I want to be saving in 3 years' time? And the trick with this thing is, as time goes on, you should be increasing your percentage saving. It shouldn't be as your income is increasing, you should be increasing. So if you start out with 10% saving, because when you are just starting out life, there'll be a lot more to do. So there'll be a little that you can save. But your goal should be, you are raising 10, 20%. The more money you earn, you should make sure that more of it is going into saving rather than increasing your expenditure. Because what we have found out is the more money people make, the more money they spend. So your year 3 savings goal should be, percentage-wise, it should be higher than your year 1 saving goal. All right? Because by that time, hopefully you are making more money. Is this exercise worthwhile for you people? And it doesn't matter where you're starting out from. Desire something big, desire something, and you'll be surprised at how things happen. How much am I going to be? What's my investment goal? What's my investment goal? When are you going to open a stockbroking account? How much are you going to be putting in shares? When will you start investing in property? It might not be year 3, but I'm saying these are the questions you need to be answering. And for some of you parents who are here, there is nothing stopping you from being year 1 or year 2 or year 3. All right? What's my expenditure goal? In this case, for expenditure, what should be happening to it, up or down? As your income is increasing, your plan should be that the percentage that is going to expenditure should be going down, not up, not matching it. If you get a 20% increase in salary, you shouldn't increase your expenditure by 20%. You should see the first call of your increase should be savings and investment, not expenditure. So a new job, a promotion, this thing shouldn't translate automatically to buying new clothes, buying new car, changing house. All of these things are things that people automatically do. But those should be subordinated to buying shares, to buying property, to putting money. She puts the money back in her business. All right? And what's your debt goal? If you don't have any debt and you don't desire any debt, it should be 0. If you have any debt, it should be how much of it will you have paid down, how much, or whatever it is. But what's your goal? All right? And what's your network goal in year 3? How much should you have by year 3? Money that is your own, that is unencumbered, that is unattached, that is in investment, that is in property, that is in shares, that is something. How much will that be? And again, I tell you, 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira net worth you are better off than 90% of the world who don't have shishi as net worth. 100,000 may be small to you, but it is you know what they say, the journey of 1,000 miles. It starts with a step. All right? And that every year, that money is increasing. Are we done with year 3? Year 3, are we done? I can't hear you. You people's voice is down. Are we done with year 3? Okay. So year 5. 5 years from now is what? 2029. 2029. Your life can be transformed phenomenally in 5 years, just based on the things that you do now. So what kind of income, what kind of money do you want to be making in 5 years? This is now when we get into outlandish amounts of money. Keep in your mind how much you are earning. Can be naira, or it can be dollars, or it can be any currency. It is you determining it. You have started dollars already. Sharp, you are in the spirit. All right? Make the plan, write out this thing, and now we work towards it. All right? What's your saving goal? In 5 years' time, how much of your income do you want to be saving? This is where you people should be getting into like 30, 40%. Don't save money to spend on wedding. That's just so foolish. You work all your life. You put up money for a one-day event. And you start from 0 again. Or you start from debt. When you treasure the sweat of your destiny, you'll be more careful. It will be more precious to you. When you have accumulated 2 million naira in 5 years, or 5 million naira, or 10 million, that money will be so precious to you, you will be reluctant to waste it on a wedding cake, on a wedding reception, so that people can put it on Instagram. You know, on wedding days, everybody will be happy, you will be angry. When you are seeing the way they are chopping your food, they are happy that, hey, man, this wedding, you'll be angry. At least the guy will be angry. Because most people will come out of their wedding in debt. Money that they have to pay back. All right, what is my investment goal? 5 years. What do you want to see happen, investment-wise? All right? And we will speak I will speak on investments in month 4, I think. So we'll go to definite things that I'll speak about it. But yeah, now you're just setting goals for what you want to see. All right? What's your expenditure goal? By now, your expenditure should be something like 40% or 50, maximum 5 years time, maximum. Your investment should be like, your expenditure should be like 50% or less. Do you know what that means? It means if you make 10 naira, 5 naira, not more than 5 naira is what is going to sustain your life. The 5 naira is going to be tight investment savings. You have to set ambitious goals for yourself. All right? What's your debt goal? And for most of you, it should still be to be zero debt to anybody, except you're a business owner. All right? And what's your net worth goal? In 5 years' time, how much do you want to be worth? Liability, assets minus liability. What do you want that to be? How much is 5 million naira in dollars? Like 30,000. How much is 5 million? It's not 30,000. No. Is it 30,000? No, eh? 5 million naira, how much is it in dollars? Huh? Oh, wow. Yeah. How many of you have net worth of 3,000, let's say? How many of you have net worth of 5 million in 5 years? 5 million in 5 years. Lower or higher? No. How many have 5 million or lower? Everybody has 5 million or higher. Because 5 million is going to be nothing in 5 years. So if you are setting a 5 million net worth goal in 5 years, I'm telling you, you have not started though. It should be exciting, it should be challenging, it should be a stretch. And as I will say at the end, because the sad thing is you might achieve it. And then if you achieve it and you are sad, that's really screwed up. So set a goal that is, when you achieve it, you are going to be happy. Don't set something so low that you achieve it, you are now sad. All right? Year 10. What income do you want to be earning? What's your income goal for year 10? The mullah, how much do you want to be making in year 10? By year 10, I want to be seeing something outlandish, because 10 years from now, you guys should be big boys and girls. Big. Set ambitious goals for your business. Set ambitious goals for yourself, income-wise. How many know there are people earning $1 million per annum in Nigeria? Do you know that? It looks like an impossibility. There are people earning $1 million in Nigeria. There are people probably earning more than that in Nigeria. I'm saying this thing so that you guys your desires can be large. But you know what? We desire and then we work. All right? So we desire and then we work. All right? What's your income goal? What's your saving goal? How much do you want to have saved? How much do you want to have saved? Where's Sister Ekem? We're going to be ready in a few minutes to break. All right? What's your saving goal? What's your investment goal? All right? What's your expenditure goal? By this time now, you should be at Sister Becky's level. Expenditure should be like 10-20%. What is my debt goal in 10 years? And what is your network goal? 10 years, you should have, everybody here should have not less than $1 million in 10 years. In 10 years, as net worth, as a target, you should have that. Set that as a target. It's not an impossibility. There's nothing that God can do. Whether you will do it is another issue. But you should definitely set that 10 years, 10. Does that look like an impossibility? So I said it go. God can surprise us sometimes. All right? But we need to desire it. All right? I want you to know that riches are not beyond your reach. All right? Everything that you want. All right? If you are ready and determined to have these things, you will have them. All right? The problem is, are you ready? Are you determined? That's why we said, those wise, you know, remember, freedom to live the way you choose, freedom for money to be neutralized, freedom to take care of your parents, freedom to protect your family. All of those things are the determination that you have, so that when you go in pursuit of this thing, you know, you will be unfailing and unrelenting in them. And keep in mind, sometimes you will not, you know, we have written down these things. Sometimes people get discouraged because they don't meet it. But it doesn't matter. The thing we're planning is your plan that your plan will fail. But you will just keep adapting and moving on. All right? Don't be discouraged that, year one I said I'll make this, I didn't happen. Then abandon year 3 and year 5. No, you keep at it. What did I not do? What did I fail at? What did I, you know, where did I allow myself to wander away? Where my anchor didn't hold me? What things did I do? But keep adapting, keep changing, all right? And you know, more often than not, you will meet those things, all right? We're all on the same journey, every human being in this world, all right? We're on the same journey. Some people have Google Maps, some people don't have Google Maps. They're parking and asking people, show me. You remember one of the things that Gideon said was, follow who Sabi road, eh? All right? Some people are following people who know the road. Some people are trying to make their way themselves. There are some of you people who have heard these things who are sleeping in the house now. But you know what? If you call them, they desire the same thing. And there's no reason why they're not here except, man, I'm tired, I need to sleep. If you carry this determination that you have carried, this hunger, if you carry it through night after night, day after day, very frequently, you know, people begin to separate themselves from other people. All right? Just know if you have a better plan. Now we've planned something. Now we need to execute. You remember what we did last time, and we don't have the time to do it. For every single one of those plans, for every single one of those goals, now you need to have a plan for how you are going to accomplish it. So if you want to make this income in year one, what are you going to do to make that possible? Do you need to get a new job? Do you need to get a certification? And everything to do with career and this thing, we will do next month. We'll speak around, because as I said, the most important thing you will see in all of these things is the income. It has to be coming in, so that now that you have sense, you know what to do with it. The more you have, the more you can plow into useful things. All right? Remember, your future is created by what you do today. The plan is for us to bridge the gap between what you know, what you do, to bridge that gap. And the way you bridge that gap is action that you take. So don't have all of those plans and be sleeping on them. Don't sleep on your goals. You have to be actively, every day, read something else. Something else that, you know, in the testimony she said, well, is never to you tomorrow. That's how we know you are matured. Take action, take action, take action. Don't just listen and don't do. Listen and do, listen and do. Discipline yourself. Some of you will now realize that you are wasting way too much money on things that are unnecessary and that are unhelpful. Deny yourself now so that you can have a better life tomorrow. All right? And understand this. And again, it's something that Edition said in her testimony. When you are ready, it is unbelievable how the universe gravitates towards you to help you. Literally, the universe conspires to make your dreams come true when it sees determination and willingness in you. Don't be held back with how will this happen. Well, don't think about the how now. Just express your desires and be free in it. And then begin to walk towards it. You don't know. She said her school fees was this amount. She doesn't know how she managed to get like 60% or so of it to go. If you think about the resources and the how, it stops you from taking any action. All right? From doing anything. And if your goal is just to make money and to spend it, you're unlikely to accomplish that. But if your goal is to make money for all of those reasons that we said, all right, yeah, you're certainly going. I can assure you that you certainly make it. But your motives have to be right. All right? And I said this already, and I'm saying it now. If you set weak goals, if you set poor goals, if you set lazy goals, and you come and achieve it and you are still miserable, as they say on the streets, now you what? Now you what? It's you. It's on you. That is on you. That feeling. That is on you. Any questions? You guys have done well. We have gone through half of what we need to do today. Clap for yourself first. We have done a bit. Well, thank you. Any questions? Sister Nkem, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? You guys need 5 minutes or something? Okay. Any questions or comments? Any questions or comments? The sandwich and tea is not ready. So you are not delaying us. Ask your question. You have a question? Okay. Who has the speaking mic? Oh? They're bringing one for you. Yeah. It's not on now. Okay, speak now.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
I just want you to give me a brief explanation between asset and liability, because I didn't get it very clearly.
Assets are anything that puts money in your pocket.
Okay.
And liabilities are the things that take money out of it.
Okay.
So a liability, everything that you're spending money on that is not an investment, that doesn't bring you money, is a liability.
Thank you, sir.
And I said, there are many things that are considered to be assets in accounting or real world, but they are not assets in calculating your net worth. So if you have a car, ordinarily a car is an asset, but if it's not a taxi, it's not a transport thing, it's not putting money in your pocket, it's taking money out of your pocket in maintenance and all of that. So technically, in calculating your net worth, if you include your car that you're using, you are getting a false calculation of net worth. Do you understand now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any questions? Any? Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do if your first year plan drags on for too long?
So his question is if in any year, I would say any year, you don't accomplish it, that's what you're saying. All right, so why did you fail to accomplish it is the question, and then that's what you focus on.
You don't lower plans, you just try again?
You keep at it. So it's possible, what he's saying is it's possible that the distance between your dream and see, you don't want to set a goal that you can calculate your way to accomplishing. All right? So don't set a goal that you can calculate. Now I'm on this. When they promote me to, I will get. That's kind of step-by-step thing. You want to do something that is stretching you and all of that, and you want to focus, you want to pursue it. If so, for every goal, what we did last year, I don't think you were here last year, was for each one. So if you say income, I want this amount of income, you then write 5 things that you're going to do towards achieving that plan. So those 5 things are the ones that you're going to review. Did I do these 5 things? Did they translate to what I needed them to translate to? Those will be the things that will give you that. So you know when to change, when to do something else, when to give you more time, it will come. So for every goal that you have set, every year, so I want to have a saving plan. I want to save 20%. You have 5 things you will do to enable you achieve that 20% saving. You want to invest this thing. You have to take 5 actions that you take. Open a stockbroking account and do, steps. It's not enough to do this. We need to go. So for most of you, you should still be writing in your last year notes, and then we already have done these things. And if you have not, I've just given you a 2-minute recap of what we did last year. All right? Any other question? Sister Nkem, are you ready? How should we go to put some order? How should we go? No, it can't be everybody just crowded. How should we go? Start from the people closest to you. You guys go to them. When they finish, you guys will go. You guys on that side, go to this side. When they finish, then you guys will go. All right? We're going to start at 10 minutes after 2. All right? You guys can stand up and stretch, but let them attend to those guys first before you go to them. Thank you. ready to start. Are you finding it useful? Okay, we're ready to start. We're ready to start. Now we're ready to start now. Tell them. Okay, we're ready to start. We're ready to start. Let's settle now. Let's settle, let's settle, let's settle. Let's start now. Why are you guys having conversations on the side now? Let's start. Why do I see so many people outside now? What's the problem? You people are struggling to get them in. Because they are not responding. Pastor Fine, please can you help us get the people outside inside? I hear they are not responding. I don't understand why you leave your house and come here and say you are not responding. So they won't even listen to you. Any questions from the sessions that we have done so far?
Or does it count maybe more to the investment side than your net worth? So a trust fund for your...
Of that, yeah, so.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. All right, we're ready to, and you guys that are coming now, what is it that had to happen to make you guys come now? They had to beg you. I'm not as nice as your pastor, so. I don't understand. We agreed the time. Why does anybody even need to come and check you? When we agree the time, we'll come back. And they have come to you. Your leaders are frustrated that they are talking to you, you are not listening to them. You have come here to come and play when you could have been sleeping in your house. Man. Okay. Okay, we're starting by reading out. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, let's go. All right. How many people are owning that already? All right. Your fault. And we're arming you with everything that you need to sort of make it out. So, don't fail. Don't fail us. Don't fail us. So this session, I'm going to move into, we're speaking on focus, all right? What you give attention to, what you pay attention to, what occupies mind share, what you are consumed by, all right? And how powerful that is in everything that happens in life. There are three concepts around focus that I think are vital for success in life, all right? And mastery of these concepts essentially go a long way in determining success or failure, all right? So I think that everybody will benefit from learning and adopting these concepts, because I think that they're essential for life, all right? So just relate to these things as tools, all right, that help you along the way. And as I said, where your attention goes, your energy and everything follows. What you give attention to, that's where everything about you, that's what it flows into. And to a large extent, that's what will determine what you achieve by way of results. A lot of people focus on stuff that they can't control, all right? And that's disempowering. We spoke about that the last year, and I'm saying it today now. What you give attention to, that's what drives all of your energy. So if you give that attention to negative stuff or to things that are out of your control, then those are the things that your energy is going into. Those are the things that are going to determine the results that you get. The first concept of these three, all right, are you guys paying attention to me now? All right, the first concept of these three, the first concept is what we call the urgent and important rule, sort of a quadrant, all right? Urgent versus important, all right? That's the number one concept of the three that I'm going to talk about. What is urgent and what is important, all right? And this quadrant is important. If you can draw it in your own notes, it will help. And now, so if you see on the, I don't know what they're called now, these rows of columns. These are columns, rows. Okay, so on the column side, you see the first one is important, and the second one is unimportant, not important. So on the row side, you see urgent and you see not urgent, all right? And this has formed a quadrant for us. So quadrant one is what? Urgent and important is quadrant one. Quadrant two is not urgent and what? All right? And quadrant four is not urgent, not important. All right? And as I said, if you guys can draw these quadrants in your notebooks or anywhere, it will be helpful. All right? Quadrant one activities, urgent to have something, is important to you, and the time to do it is now. You can't delay it, you can't defy it. All right? It is in your face because it is now needed. And examples of this can be your health. All right? If somebody is sick, if somebody needs an emergency or needs an operation, somebody has a stroke from these loan apps, they are now sending messages to people advertising your obituary when you haven't died. Has that happened to any of you? That's happening. They're advertising your obituary when you haven't died. They're sending messages to everybody on your contact list and all of that because you didn't do it. So if you owe somebody money or if you need to pay school fees, the last day that thing becomes due, it is it important to pay school fees? It's important. Is it urgent? Because it has become urgent because you have left it until the last minute. For some of you, they will say if you don't pay, you don't do the exam. Now that is a crisis. All right, those are quadrant 1 activities. They are important stuff that needs to be done, and now they have become urgent. So it's become a crisis, so you have to do it. Quadrant 2 is they are important, but they are not urgent. All right? Everything that I'm talking to you about now, are they important? Are they urgent? No. They are not urgent. To build your network, to plan how you save, they are not urgent. Nobody will kill you if you don't do it today, if you don't do it tomorrow, if you don't do it in 1 year, if you don't do it, nobody will kill you, but they are important. All right? By failing to do them when you should do them, they might become a crisis later. If you are eating anyhow, you are not exercising, it's not the first day that you don't exercise. It's not the first day that you eat that burger that your weight will overblow. But if you keep at it long enough, it will become what? A crisis. They'll tell you, if you don't do a bypass surgery or something, this will happen. That now is something important has become urgent. Quadrant 3 is, it is urgent, but it is not important. Urgency, what does urgency reflect? It reflects something that you must do now. All right? And quadrant 3 activities, any kind of interruptions, phone calls. You plan, you maybe in your mind now, you plan when you get home, this is what I will do. Somebody will now call you. You say, hey, hello, GCM will start. All right, that thing can go for 30 minutes or 1 hour. Maybe that's the time you say, I will read my Bible. By entering into that gist, something that is not important but has become urgent because somebody called you, all right, it can then keep you from doing something that is important to you that wasn't urgent. All right, and quadrant 4 activity, and this, quadrant 4 activities are trivial. They are not important and they are not urgent. All right, but people still spend an enormous amount of time on them. So those are the 4 quadrants. The first thing to say is that the more important an item is, the less likely it will be urgent. And in your mind, that will be counterintuitive because it will appear to us that the things that are important need to be urgent. No, but the most important things in life are really urgent. The most important thing in life are really urgent. That's why people don't do them. The reason why most old people don't have money today is because all these things that I'm telling you wasn't urgent, but it was important, but they failed to do it until, they now tell you that next year you are going to retire. Suddenly now you are not thinking, I don't have any money saved, I don't have any money invested, I don't have any money kept. How will I survive? How will I live? How will I do all of these things? All right? And urgency isn't a problem, but the problem is when urgency comes in, it usually deprives us of the time and the resources that we need to spend on the important. Like I said, you might have determined that when I get home, I'm going to read my Bible. That call cannot be beneficial to me. I don't have your number saved. You are calling repeatedly. You are refusing to send a text. You want to take something from me. Because if somebody is calling somebody, you know that the person doesn't have your number. If you call once and they don't pick, you send a text, you say, hey, this is this one. Let me know when it's a good time to call. But when somebody is refusing to text you and is calling your phone repeatedly, it's just about, I just leave my phone. Because I know whatever is urgent to you, what you are trying to do is you want to transfer your own urgency to me. If I don't know about it, it's not urgent to me. All right? And as you get older, you will see that many of the things that you are running around about are not the primary things. The primary things are few, but many of us don't focus on them. All right? And the real success in life is the degree to which you focus on the important things before they become urgent. And that's why we're telling all of you guys now. Now is good. If in 5 years you don't do any of these things that I'm saying, will it kill you? No, it won't kill you. If in 10 years you don't do it, none of these things, will it kill you? It won't kill you. You'll still be living large. You'll still be okay. In 20 years, the cost will be higher. In 30 years, the cost will be higher. All right? And so, of that quadrant that I showed you, where is the best quadrant to be in? Eh? Not urgent. Important but not urgent. Quadrant 2. That's where you have to be living. Any other quadrant that you are living, outside of quadrant 2, you are living a suboptimal life. After quadrant 2, what's the next best quadrant? Quadrant 1. Is important, but you have left it now, it's now become urgent. And after that, what is that the next best? Quadrant 3 is not important, but it's kind of urgent. You have to give attention to it. And quadrant 4 is what? It's useless. It's not important, it's not urgent. The things that are important are the things that contribute to your priorities. You have set goals now. You have determined that in the money area, these are the things that are important to me. If you are now not taking the actions that are going to deliver you that, then you are failing. All right? So say no to quadrant 3 and 4. Really. You don't want to do that. All right? And fill your life with quadrant 2. And the time that you get for quadrant 2, your goal should be take time off quadrant 4 and quadrant 3 and do what? Deposit them in quadrant 2. That should be your goal. That should be your plan. All right? All the time you are spending doing WhatsApping, forwarding messages that are not useful to anybody. If you are not making commercial business on Instagram, all the time you spend watching other people living their best lives, all of those things, put it in quadrant 2. Quadrant 2 will be you working on your goals, you working on your aspirations. All right? Any questions? Are you clear about urgent and important? Are you clear about urgent and important? What do we want? Important, not urgent. That's the best way to live. It is not, you are not desperate. You are doing the thing that you need to do at the time you need to do it. All right? It will prevent you from creating an urgent crisis. There will be no need for you to have a heart bypass or surgery if you begin to watch what you eat, if you begin to exercise. If you don't do that, that might be 10 years' time, it now becomes urgent. So some of you might do well before it becomes a crisis. Because a crisis calls for our action immediately. It robs us of the time that we need to be spending doing important things. Because once it's urgent, it becomes a crisis. All right? The second concept is the concept of the circle of concern and the circle of influence. All right? The circle of concern and the circle of influence. Keep in your mind, whatever you focus on, all right, what will happen? To expand. You remember last year, there was a quote that says, if 2% of your life is right, but you are spending time focusing on the 98% that is not right, what will happen? That what is not right will take over your life. But if you are focusing on the 2% of your life that is right and ignoring the 98%, you will live a much better quality of life. Focusing on the things that are working and that are right for you always trumps focusing on stuff that is unhelpful. All right? So keep your eye on your goal, on your own prospect, on the things that are important to you and that matter, and they continue to reproduce themselves. All right? So the circle of everybody is impacted by these two circles. All right? If you see these circles that I have, the circle of concern is the larger circle. All right? The circle of concern is the larger circle. And the circle of influence is the smaller circle inside of the larger circle. But everybody is impacted by this, the circle of concern and the circle of influence. Your circle of concern is everything that you have no control over. It's a larger circle. Everything that you have no control over is a circle of concern. And it's a much larger, there are more things in this life that you don't have control over than the things that you have control over. That's why the circle of influence is smaller than the circle of concern. All right? Does that make sense? All right? And the circle of influence is everything that is within your control. Your circle of concern will include things such as the national economy. Tinubu is president. Peter Obi, they rig Peter Obi out. National debt. They are borrowing money. They want to break down landmark, coastal road, and Israel. All of these things that you have no control over. That's your circle of concern. And when you watch a lot of news, all right, they will load you and bombard you with circles of concern, things that you have no power over. All right? And your circle of influence relates to everything in your life that you have control over. Do you have control over your health? Somewhat. By controlling what you do to your body and what you do with your body. All right? Your attitude. Do you have control over that? We said last month that your circumstances and your happiness are unrelated. All right? Because in the same circumstances, we have seen rich people who are unhappy and kill themselves. And we have seen poor people who refuse to die. All right? So it doesn't matter. All right? You're earning, how much you earn, all right, who you work for, what you do. So it's important that you recognize what is in your circle of influence and what is in your circle of control. Remember what we are talking, what are we speaking about? Focus. All right? Focus. If your focus is on your circle of influence, this is what happens. Your circle of influence will continue to expand and will limit the influence on your life of your circle of concern. The things, if you focus on the things that you can control and you keep working on it, that circle will keep expanding and will be minimizing the impact that the things that are that you have no control over have on your life. So whether Israel, Palestine, whether Tinubu or Obi, PDP, APC, LP, whatever it is, all of those will be minimizing. Why? Because you are focusing on the things that you have control over and you are expanding that circle. Am I making sense to you? Do you understand? All right? Unfortunately, too many people, what do? They are focused on what? On the circle of concern, not the circle of influence. And this is what will happen. As you focus more on the circle of concern, the circle of influence will be what? Shrinking. And the things that you have no control over will be dominating your lives more and more. That is why it's awfully important that you intentionally determine what you focus on, and that thing should be what you can control. It doesn't concern you. How Tinubu enter, so people spend all their time online activism and all of that, just arguing, fighting themselves, abusing themselves, all sorts of things on the things that you have no power over. And you leave the things that you have power over. And so the things you don't have power over will continue to shrink the things that you have power over to control. All right? That negative energy will just continue to restrict the impact that you can have. And this is awfully important. It is important that you know what is your business and what is not. Many people in this world don't know that. They can't tell what is their business and what is not their business. They are spending time on other people's business, the things that don't concern them. That is what they are focusing on. They are abandoning the things that influence their lives. They are abandoning it and focus on general things. It is important for you as you grow in life to understand what is, you will not find me arguing about rubbish. The only social media this thing that I'm on is Twitter. And I don't say anything. I just read. I follow people, I read, I see. But me, engaging, I don't. Because I understand that on that social media, somebody can be homeless under the bridge. He has 15 naira data. It can create chaos. And you'll be arguing and debating. See, anybody that you won't engage with in real life, you have no business engaging with them on social media. Arguing, Peter Obi, somebody has won the election, move on. You're still stuck on that now, you're wasting your time. And if you continually focus on all the bad things in life, all the things that you don't want, or possible problems, you put yourself in a state that supports those types of behaviors and results. If that's your focus, things that are not working, your focus is on problems, on issues, on things that negative things, all that focus will be producing results and behavior that accentuate it. All right? The more concerned you become of things you can't control, the less you will do to improve the things that you can control. All right? And that's when your life becomes a fantasy. It is awfully important that you do what? Awfully important that you know what is your business and what is not. Know what is your business and what is not. Don't spend all your energies and resources focusing on the wrong stuff. Focus on what you can control. Don't let what you cannot interfere with what you can do. Focus on yourself. Focus on creating new opportunities. Focus on creating a new life. Focus on making a change. Focus on making a difference. Right now, your biggest priority should be yourself. You shouldn't be fighting for anybody. Fight for yourself first. All right? The third concept. Can I go on? All right? The third concept is what we call the Pareto principle. How many of you have heard about the Pareto principle before? Pareto principle. What does it say? Yeah, what does it say? 80-20 principle. You are just, what does it say?
The 20% work you do is
accounts for 80% of the result that you get. All right? That's what the Pareto principle is. It says that of all the 100 things that you do, 20% of it account for 80% of the results. Some of you are shocked. It's true in every application. It means in church, 100 members, 20 people will give you 80% of the finances of the church. And the other 80 people are just making up the numbers. All right? 20% of your actions and activities are responsible for 80% of your results and output. It means that if you're a parent, you have whatever number of children you have. 20% of those children are going to be responsible for 80% of the happiness that you feel in your life. You see, you people are looking at me. Some of you in your families are the 80% that are contributing 20%. That's why they won't wait for you to make a decision. And it works on the other side too. The sorrow and sadness that every family will experience, 20% of the family members will create 80% of the sadness and sorrow that family will. So one child can give you so much pain, much more than 5 other children that you have. Anyhow you spin it, the Pareto principle is in operation. In the office space, it means 20% of the people responsible. 20% of the activities that you are undertaking is responsible for 80% of the result that you get. What does that mean? What does that mean? What's the learning? What should that mean for you? Focus on it. You need to identify that 20%. You need to identify that 20% and focus on it. But you know what? Losers are doing the opposite. Many people who fail in life are focusing on the 80% activity that is creating 20% of the result, and they are neglect. This is what it means by important and urgent. 20% of your life activities are important, but they will create to you 80% of the results that you want. But people won't focus on it. They focus on the 80% urgent, either important or unimportant. All right, that will create only 20% of the distance that they need. So your key job is what? Is to identify the 20% that is responsible. When did this happen? Are we on? All right. Your key task is to identify the 20%. Kill yourself finding that. And that should be your focus. All right? Devote your best time and any resources you have to that 20%, because that's what will create most of the joy you will experience in your life. Find it. If you're a designer, that 20% of your designs will give you 80% of your. There's just some things that you will do. They will be the best sellers. In your life, only a few things will deliver most of your results. You need to identify those few things. But people like to be busy. So they like to do that 80%. That's why people live their lives in frustration. They are failing to identify what is their business. Your business is this 20%. That's what you should focus on. That's what's important. All right? That's the way you are going to get ahead in life. Focusing on that 20% and getting that 80% result. Any other thing, you are not getting ahead. You're just living a high lifestyle. And I keep trying to tell you young people, you don't, if you decode life is the simplest thing to live. Life is the simplest thing to live. If you just decode it, and you learn what is important and you start to do it. If 20%, it means that 20% of every 24 hours in a day, only 20% of that 24 hours is what will produce 80% of your result. But the problem is, most people can't tell what 20% is. The guy whose time will be best produced in the morning says he's not a morning person. And the guy who maybe his best product will be at night or all of that, from watching Premiership to be on internet to do this, he will fail to recognize the time that he will do his most productive work. That's why you keep saying, I will read the Bible later, I will read for my exam later, I will do everything, because you miss the most important thing, identifying that 20%. All right? And I'm going to, how many people can see this table? How many people in this hall you can see this table? Because I need to show you guys something. All right? You guys move it now. All right. Everybody can see now. Yeah, one of those. Everybody can see now. All right? What do you see me holding? Hijab, glass, vase, whatever. This will represent your life. Represent, though, it doesn't mean it's your life. It will just represent. Or your time, all the time you have. Your time is your life. Do you know that? All right, this will. And I have these big stones. This will represent all the stuff that is important in life. All right? Is that fair? Does everybody see it? All right? And I have the small pebbles. These are important, not urgent. All right? These are the activities that are important, but they're not urgent. These are the activities, these pebbles are the activities that are important and what? Urgent. All right? And I have sand in this thing. I don't know if you guys can see it. Sand will represent the stuff that is not important, but is urgent. All right? And water will be unimportant and not urgent. So this is quadrant 4. All right? This is quadrant 3. This is quadrant 1. And this is quadrant 2. All right? Ultimately in life, important and not urgent, quadrant 2. These are the big things in life. All right? Quadrant 1 is this. Quadrant 3 is the sun, and quadrant 2 is. And so your objective in life is to get as much of these things into your life. This is your life, your time. This is how you spend your time. All right? If you start out filling your time, why am I going to get somewhere to I can throw this water away? I need a bowl I can pour this water into if I use it as an example. All right? So our challenge is how do we get all of these things to fit in into the time that we have, our lives. All right? And what most people start out doing is they start out filling it with WhatsApp when you wake up, telephone call gisting with people, all right? All of the trivial things, catching up, talking about how Arsenal won't win the Premiership again, all right? Yeah. By the time they're done with that, it can be noon or 2 o'clock, all right? And the next thing that you can get into is you try and put the sand into it. If they bring me a container now before I can put the sand into it, oh, and I need more water. Because some of you can't stop. You just keep filling it up with what? Rubbish and nonsense. You can't stop. Conspiracy theories. How satellite G5 or what's it called? What's the technology? 5G. How it's causing cancer, how somebody is killing somebody, how somebody, all of those things. Well, I'll make do with it. All right? But I won't be, yeah, thank you. Just one is fine, I think. If I put this sand into this thing, should I do it? Okay, let me do 2 examples then, so that I can condemn one container. This and this, take them to be the same, all right? You're filling it now with trivia. What is quadrant 3? I just want this guy to see it. I know it. All right? So we're filling with trivia. Trivia is what? Unimportant meetings. You're talking Premiership. You're doing all of those things. You keep putting the sand in it. All right? This thing is now what? At this point, you haven't done what? No quadrant 2 activity, no quadrant 1. All right, because this is urgent, all right, you need to put this into this. By this time now, you are running out of time because the thing is overflowing now. So there is no space to put the most important things. This is how most people are living their life. You fill it with all the wrong stuff, so there is no space for the good stuff. All right? And what do you want to do in life? What did we say you should start? Where do you want to live? As many as you can take. All right? What are we missing? Now, what's the next important one? Quadrant 1. So, it's important and it's urgent. How many of these things were we able to get into if you live your life the wrong way? Not a lot. Can we take more? Yeah, we can. Because with sand, all the nonsense things that you need to do, it will keep finding space. Once you have done the important things, you can feel, that's why I said 20% is what you need to produce. You can now use your 80% to be whiling away. But if you do that 80% first, you see how much sand I'm getting into it? It will just keep going under and finding space. All right? Do you understand now? But if you feel the sand in first, which is something I didn't do because if I feel the sand in first, the sand will feel it, there will be no space for. How much sand can you get into this thing? Keep going. See how the sand is finding its space. All right? You see how much sand is getting. But I don't mind filling this with trivia because what? I've done my own work already. I've already filled in with the things that are important to me. All right? Can I put water into this thing? Yes. So reversing the order is very destructive to you. So this is what you need to learn to do. Get your most important things done first. Fine, please, you can help me now. I've done my this thing. Just keep my vest for me. Thank you. Do you understand? Get your good stuff done first, and then you have all the time in the world to while away. But starting your life either with the unimportant stuff, whether it's urgent or not urgent, it will prevent you from having you always run out of time from doing the important things. All right? Does that make sense to you? Okay. That's. I hope that you guys have learned something from focus. All right? Thank you. Thank you. People are thinking of me. Thank you. All right? All right, so just a few things to say to you. All of us have those calendar days. All of us have those years, those everything. But not everybody is getting the most out of them. All right? Not everybody is getting the most out of them. It depends on, some people will get a week out of a year, and some people will get a year out of a week. It depends on what you're doing. All right? Keep in mind that you can spend your life any way you want, but you can spend it only once. Okay? So if you choose to be filling it with the wrong stuff, you are still spending your life the way you want. All right? But once you have spent it, as we will do in the next session, you find that time is very important and what it means. And most time isn't wasted in hours, but yeah, you waste time anyway. All of those things are costing you something. Keep thinking today, what's the opportunity cost of that thing that you are doing? That's what is destroying you. That time you are spending on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Snap. All right, what is it costing you? And it's costing you the investment that you should be making in the things that are fundamentally important to you. All right? There are two big forces. All right? And we have very little control over external forces, like as I've said. All right? But what you have control over is how I respond to those things. All right? You have control over that. And if you give up that control, you give up a lot of progress in your life. Any questions? Any questions? Anybody has any question? All right, session 5. Can I go? Can I go? All right. Again, can we go? Can we go? All right. that is your fault. All right? It is not money. This is probably one of the most confusing things that any one of you will hear today. It is not money that makes people financially successful. It's time. Please write that down. Write that down. Let that register in your mind. It's not money that makes people rich. It's time. Write that down, please. And know it and master it. People don't become rich according to money. They are rich according to time. All right? You have that down? Money is not what makes people rich, it's time. All right? And killing time is no more than yourself you are killing. When you waste time doing all of those things as we demonstrated, you are not killing someone else, you are killing yourself. When you waste time, spending time the way I demonstrated to you now, what you are doing is you are causing mortal damage to yourself. All right? Time is your most valuable asset. Yet most people waste it and don't use it in any meaningful way. Because people think that money is more valuable than time. The people online, were they able to see the demonstration? Okay. All right, good. Time can buy you money, but no amount of money can buy you time. Do you understand that? You have lived yesterday, there is no way to buy that back. If you lose money, you can gain it back. If you lose time, you can't. All right? You can't buy time back. And understand that your relationship with time needs to change. You need to begin to look at time as something valuable. I'm going to need a lot of you in the room, all of you in the room, because I'm going to do another demo soon. All right? The man who is always killing time is really, ultimately, killing his own chances in life. You're killing yourself. And so, whilst most of us don't take a knife and stab ourselves, but we have no problem losing time the way we do. And it's the end result is what? Is the same. All right? And the secret weapon of the wealthy is this that I'm going to show you now. All right? It's time. All right? And it's called compound interest. It's called compound interest. That's the secret weapon of the wealthy. It's called compound interest. All right? And those who understand it will benefit from it. And because most people don't understand compound interest, they pay a hard price for it. So pay attention. Pay what? Pay attention to what we are going to do now. The habit of regular savings and the miracle of compound interest. That's what is going to deliver you to a wealthy life. I need two people. One person here and one person here. Come out and stand outside like this. I need two people. One person here and one person here. Yeah, that's what I said. Okay? Can you see these two people? Come closer to me. All right, you're seeing these two people. Take these two people to be two individuals. They could be any one of you. Making the same money and investing the same amount of, or maybe they're not making the same money, but they're investing the same amount of money in the market, and they're earning the same rate. but one person is earning on simple interest and one person is earning on compound interest. That's what I'm going to demonstrate now. Who should be simple interest and who should be compound interest? Simple interest, compound interest. Okay. So they invest the same amount of money, they make the same return. Simple interest. So let's say 10. All right. Can you see now? Is it fine? Is it fine? Okay. All right. So they make the same investment, they make the same return. All right. So let's say that return is 10%. 10% I will represent by two people. One person, one person is 10%, one person is 10%. So these people have made the investment. Year one, they make 10%. I need one person to come to this guy. I need one person to come to this guy. I need one person to come out to each person. What are you people looking at? You see, all of you will still come out. I'm telling you. All right. Have they made a difference in return? No. But this is simple interest, this is compound interest. So this guy makes his 10% every year, and he spends the interest, he keeps his principal. All right, do you understand? He spends the interest, he keeps the principal. All right, do we understand that? Or he spends the principal, all right? So you stay, all right? So in year two, they make the same return again, 10%. But this time, what will 10% be for this person? Two people. Can I get two people here to come here? And this person, what will 10% be? One person. One person come. All right? Did they start out with the same wealth? They start out with the same money. But because somebody is practicing simple interest, because every interest he makes, he spends it. So this year again, he will use that interest or dividend or anything that he gets, he will use it for lifestyle, to chop it, to keep maintaining life. So this money, he won't put it back, he's spending it. So he's keeping his investment that he made, but he's spending all the principal. This guy is keeping everything. So in year three, all right, they make what? The same return. The money you put in 10%, the money this guy puts in 10%. So how many people more? Oh, no, now. Oh, I said two now. Okay, so you have two. Okay. How many people will this guy get? Huh? No, now 6 now. It's 10%. We are representing, he will get the same. Let's say one person is 10% now. So because there are 3 people now, 10%, he gets 3 more people. All right, so 3 people, can you join this person? And one person join this person, you automatically know what to do now. Okay? Again, this guy uses his own interest to service his lifestyle. All right? So this guy goes in, he puts himself back in the market, all right, to make 10%. This guy gets 10% also on his market. How many people are joining this guy now? 6 people will join him. Okay, so 6 people join this person. Have I taken the one person here for 6 people here? Is that what I've done? No. 6 people now and one person here. Okay, one person is coming here and 6 people are coming here. One person is coming here. Oh. To even stand up is work for you people. Is that 6 people? Is that 6 people? 2 more. Join the guy now. It's finished, but don't do more. Is it 6? Is that okay? Stay. Only one person, yeah? Okay? All right. So the next year, they put the same amount of, they put themselves in the market, and he gets 10%. Okay, so one person. One person, 10%. Again, he spends it, uses it for lifestyle. This guy gets 10%. How many people does he get now? Because every money he's making is keeping it in the market. So this is what we say, money is making money for you. Or how many people does he get in return? 12 people. Can you join these people? From anywhere we can find you. 12. Count yourself, please. 12. 12 is big. Wait, looking now, you people are more. Is it complete 12? Okay. No, the one person has joined now. The one person has joined, that guy joined. Okay? So again, the next year, they put the same this thing in the market and they earn the same. See, the market is not discriminating them in terms of return. No? Do you know that? The market isn't discriminating against them in terms of return. It makes 10% for whatever I put. So, one person. All right? How many people do we have here now? So how many people are going to join? 48 people. Is it 48? Are these people only 12? No, now. Wait now. These people are not 12 now. So 24 people will join now. So you guys be clear now. 24 people now. Be counting, please. If we do this thing one more time, we will liquidate the bank. Four people more from any side, they can come. Or 4 people more. It will help some of you to keep awake. 4 people more. If I do this thing one more time, how many people will be here? 48 people. I don't think we have more 48 people here. You guys can. So what I've demonstrated to you is the impact of operating simple interest and compound interest. With simple interest, you're making money, but the money you're making, you're spending the profit, you're keeping the principal. With compound interest, what you're doing is you're keeping the money that you are making in the market. So every money begins to make money for you. So when people say money, you are using money to make money, this is what they mean. Because we started out the same. Did we start out with 2 people? No, one person. All right? Did this guy make 10%? Yes. Did this guy make 10%? Yeah, but because his own 10%, he was keeping it in the market. That 10% is making money for him every year. Whereas this guy spends his 10%, and every year is coming alone into the market. Whereas this guy has a troop and an army. And this is, when I say time is what makes people rich, it's not money. You can start out with a small an amount that you get. Sorry for the inconvenience of moving you about. So there are many things for you to learn. Learn compound interest. Learn how it works. This is why you shouldn't be eating the seed, the produce that your investment makes. You keep eating. All right? And I'm going to show you in numbers now. What I want to demonstrate to you is time that makes people rich, is not money. All right? If someone starts out saving 5 naira a day, every day, 5 naira a day, at the end of 5 years, if you compound it by 10%, do what this guy is doing. So you don't take your interest, you keep it in the market. At the end of 5 years, you have 12,000 naira. All right? But at the end of 10 years, what do you have? You have 31. Is it the difference between year 5 and year 10? Is it twice what is year 5? No, it's more than. All right? And by the time you get to year 20, is it double what you have in year 10? No, it's triple. It's compounding. Because each money is now making money and you are keeping it and it's making money and it's earning. That's how people, And it's impossible for everybody here to save 5 naira a day. If you save 5 naira a day, how much will you have saved in a month? 150 naira. You are saving 5 naira a day. But what? In 5 years' time, you have 12,000, which you won't have if you don't do anything. And if you say, 5 naira is too small, I can do 10 naira. If you do 20 naira, how much are you saving a month? How much are you saving a month? 600, like 600 naira. It's not 6,000, it's 600. Can absolutely everybody here do 20 naira saving a month, a day? Can everybody do that? But nobody will do it. But if you do that only 20 naira a day, only 20 naira a day, if you do it only, and you do it for 30 years, by that time you have 1.4 million. 1.4 million that many old people today can only hear and read about, but they don't have. 20 naira every day that everybody can save. I didn't say 200 though. I didn't say 2 million. I didn't say 2,000. 20 naira every day for 30 years. In 30 years, many of you will be 50. But you know what? At 50, if you have 1.4 million, you will be able to do 100,000 a month, 50,000, 10,000, 20,000 a month, and you leave it in the market for 5 years, for 10 years, for 20 years. This is how people become wealthy. It doesn't matter how much you have. But the longer that your money stays in the market, the better for it. If you are now 50, certainly you don't have 30 years to invest it. So you can only gain 5 years or 10 years. And you still gain some money, but not as much as if you have time. How many understand this table? How many can see now that you don't need a lot of money? What you need is what? You need time. If you begin to do all of the things that you are learning now, very quickly, 10 years, 5 years, 15 years, money will not be your problem again. All right? Another example, if you wanted to have 1 million, you say, I want to have 1 million. Whether it's 1 million naira or $1 million, it doesn't matter. If you say, I want to have 1 million, all right, by the time I'm age 65, all right, and I want to determine a lump sum, how much can I put in today, all right, that will deliver to me 1 million when I'm age 65, compounding by 10% annually. If you start at age 20, and you have 45 years to get to 65, yeah? You only need to put 13,000 away one time. Compounding at 10%, by the time you are age 65, you have 1 million, 13,000. If you don't do it now when you are 20, if you do it when you are 30, how much do you need to put aside? 35,000. And by the time you are 65, you get $1 million. Whether it's $1 million naira or $1 million or whatever it is. If you don't do it at age 30 and you do it at age 40, and you have 25 years left before you get to 65, how much do you have to put away? Like 100,000. Compounding at 10%, and you get 1 million. If you miss the bus at age 40, and you do it at age 50, you see now how the money is increasing. You now have to put 240,000 away to get 1 million by 65. If you don't do it at 65, and you are waking up at 60, maybe you are here now, you are listening to me, and you want to make 1 million in 5 years' time, how much do you have to set aside? 620. Something that will cost you 13,000 now, if you start it, it will cost you 620 if you don't take all of those opportunities. Do you understand what the role of time is? All right, if you say, I don't have lump sum, I want to determine how much I'll be saving monthly. All right, so that I can get 1 million by the time I'm 65 years, compounding at 10% monthly. All right, by the time you are age 20, all you will need to do is to put 95 naira every month away, compounding at 10% to get 1 million at the age of 65. All right, if you don't do it at 20 and you do it at age 30, and you are doing it at age 40, 740 monthly. Is that money that most people here can afford? Is that money that most people here, even now, can afford? 750. Is there anybody here who will say, if I'm determined to save 740, I can't really do it? I can't say. Is there anybody here who is saying that? How many people here will say, if I determine I can put 750 away every month? Can I see your hand? Can I see your hand? I can do that. All right? Something that you will do at age 40. If you start that, if you put 750 now at age 20, and you know what your money will be. All right? And if you don't do it, if you do it at age 50, now you are putting 2,500 away. Still an amount that many of you here can do. And you know what? If we say we don't, 1 million is too small, I want 10 million by the time I'm age 60, what do you need to do? You just need to times 10 by this thing. And if it is 950 that somebody needs to be doing today, when you are 20 years, you need to be putting 1,000 naira away every month, 1,000 naira, 12,000 in a year. And you will get 10 million by the time you are age 60. Will you not do it? So why are you not doing it? Because most of you now will think, I don't have money yet, and what you are doing, the advantage that you have, which is you have more time, you are losing it. The advantage that you have, the one true advantage that you really have, you are losing it, you're throwing it away. All right? So, yeah, that's how compound interest works. So when and the first rule of compounding is what? Is what we showed there. Don't interrupt it unnecessarily. Stop taking out money that you make from your investment. Stop spending it. Just leave it. Keep investing it in the business. You can't earn your way out of to financial freedom. You only working by yourself, you can't. You need to deploy, that's what we say, money working for money for someone. Ultimately, time is more valuable than money, as you guys have seen. All right? Because you can run out of money and make it back. But when you run out of, as most adults who are hearing this now will be regretting. Say, was this easy? Yes, it was that easy. But the sad part is, many of you who have heard me now, you will still be in the same situation 20 years. You will not have done anything about it. And that will be on you. So you need to understand the time that you have, your time horizon. Don't be looking at somebody else's clock. Look at your own time, look at your focus, look at what you want to accomplish. And that's what we say about giving up now so that you can enjoy later. If you need to sacrifice 1,000 a month, see the effect that it can have for you. And if we say you're putting 1,000 in 20 years, by the time you're 40, 1,000 a month at 10% will have delivered to you 5 or 6 or 7 million. So it's not that you necessarily need to wait until 65 years. And you know what? As your income is increasing, you will be increasing the rate that you are deploying money into the market. That's all I wanted to tell you people today. Don't do this. Because when I say that you're putting money monthly, or you're putting money daily, or you're putting money annually, the compounding is different. So there's a difference between your money compounding daily, there's a difference between it compounding monthly, there's a difference between it compounding annually. Different results. The more the compounding, the more returns you make. So when you hear you can do something daily, some of you will say, yeah, I can just do it in a year. Except you do it at the beginning of the year, you are losing yourself money. Do you understand? When you do the right thing at the wrong time, the opportunity might have fizzled out. I really wish, and I hope, that most of you will go out of here today determined to do something, and you do something. Time won't delay. That's the worst thing about time. We can't hold it. We can't say, I'm not ready now, I'll just suspend the time. When I'm ready, I'll release it. Time goes anyway. Time is going. All right? Can't do anything. Any questions? I want questions. All right? Any questions? Something I said that is not clear, that you guys are confused. Yeah? Mike for Collins.
Okay. It's less of a question and more of a request. Are there tools that can help you project the outcome of your compound interest? So, like what you showed, are there like tools that can compound interest? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks.
How much you want to make? You want to determine? Okay. Any other question? Okay, give them more.
Would you please recommend a place where I can keep my money and save it compoundly?
No. So they won't give you compound interest, they'll give you simple interest. But it is you who will compound it by keeping the money in every year. When they pay you a dividend, if they pay you, you pay it back and it keeps accruing. Rather than taking it and using it for mom's burial or somebody's wedding.
Thank you, sir.
Or do you understand? All right. He wanted to speak. They are in front of you now.
Okay, so my question, or I want to throw more light. If you check in Nigeria today, 10,000 naira today compared to 10,000 naira in 2022
everywhere
are not the same.
It's not just Nigeria. Yeah.
The time value of money, please expatiate on that compound interest.
So time value of money is, the impact of it is inflation. All right? Inflation is what makes your money less valuable tomorrow than it is today because it can buy you less. When we say 10,000 today is not 10, it means that 10,000 today buys us less than 10,000 5 years ago. So the way to keep ahead of it is to make sure that the rate of interest that you are earning on your money is higher than the rate of inflation. If it is lower, you are earning lower than the rate of inflation, you are losing money over time. Have I explained? Have I explained?
Partly of explained this, sir. Our currency is always measured by the rate of dollar and all that. But if you also go further, that $1 today is equivalent of 1,000 plus. But last year, it was about,
So your first challenge, all right, is to earn higher than the rate of inflation, all right? Your second challenge, as it says, is to erase against devaluation, all right? So what you want to be doing is you want to enter into a phase where you will be earning dollars, all right, to balance against that risk. And there are many apps in Nigeria today. I know only Bamboo, but I think there are a few apps today. You can share some, yeah, that give you the opportunity to.
Yeah, so one I would highly recommend, and I work with a company that's invested in this company, so just heads up, is RiseVest. PiggyVest, I think they do dollar-denominated investments too now. But I will speak of RiseVest because I know how that works. So you can only do dollar-denominated investments. You put in your money. They have 3 investment plans. The least of them is a fixed income, and it earns, I think, 10% a year, and it's dollar-denominated. The second one is in real estate. I think it earns between 12 to 14. The last one is in stocks, and that varies. That can go as high as 22, and it can go as low as 3. So you can basically just put it there and lock it. And if you have to break that lock, you pay a fine or you pay a fee, like 5% of your investment. So it will hurt you if you have to break your investment before time. So those are very good examples. With Bamboo and Co, you have to do the investment yourself. Like you have to choose the stock to buy, the things to do. But with RiseVest, they do everything on your behalf. They're like your asset managers. You just put in your money, forget about it, and it generates interest for you at the end of the year. Yeah.
Did he answer you? Okay. So there's virtually nothing that you can't do today if you open your mind and your heart to it. Is that clear? Any other question? Any? You guys should ask questions now. Okay, Mike.
Like, sorry, sir. Like, as I asked you before, like, if you, as you said that, what is it called? To help people. Like, how will you help people?
Okay, I'll get into it. I think I'm getting into it now.
Okay, sir.
Okay, how can you be generous to people when you are still struggling yourself? That's his question. And I said I'll answer it today. Okay, any more questions? At the back.
Okay, so I have a lot to say, but let me begin with.
Will you come and take the presentation?
No. Let me begin with the inflation he talked about. So I don't know if you have checked the inflation rate in Nigeria as of today. It's almost 40% presently. Yeah. So the guy in front there was talking about an investment that is paying 10%, 12%. So literally, if we are going to be sincere, it's not still going to meet up with.
What you're failing to factor in is, by putting the money in dollars, that's almost like 50% of what is attributable to your inflation rate. All right, so if inflation keeps going up, the dollar rate will keep going up as well. So when you convert your dollar investment to naira, it will bridge that gap. So don't take the 10% and just say 10%, 22%, no.
Yes, so there's a dollar advantage, currency advantage, definitely. But we also know that the dollar is also losing its value. So we cannot bet totally on that.
What was your point?
Like I said, I have a lot. What I want to say is, even in the market rate, despite the dollars, the stock market crashes severally. So how are they guaranteeing those kind of return?
He said the equity market is not guaranteed. The rate fluctuates.
Yeah.
There's fixed income security that you do. That's a bond. It's fixed. They promise you an amount and you get it.
Yes. So all of them at the point, including the fixed one, at the point they are all affected.
No, see, there's a need for us not to overcomplicate things in our mind. Right now, where we are, let's just keep it simple. There's no need to overcomplicate it in your mind.
Okay.
All right?
And then finally, if we check the list of the richest people in the world, like Forbes, for example, you will not find anybody who made their money through any of these investments.
Really?
Yes, you won't find.
Really?
Yes, you won't find. And I should bring up now, if you can bring up some, I will talk about it. But really, that's one, you will not find someone. Then a young person too. You will not find a young person who has become maybe a millionaire because everything you're basically.
So you know this. What's your alternative?
No, I am presenting.
Okay, so you don't have.
My
Okay.
observation. It's my observation.
First, the idea that one, very few people want to be the richest people in the world. You don't need to be the richest people in the world to live a really good life. All right. So the list that you are looking at will show you people who own businesses and all of that. But we don't need to be the richest people to make it. These people have $300 billion. How many people want that kind of money? Maybe we will get it, but we don't know. But that's not what we are setting out for. You can make $10 million. You can make $20 million. You can make $50 million. Will you not be okay? You'll be okay now. With 10 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, and there are 1 million people who are making that money doing that. And in terms of billionaires, there are billionaires who are working. Say, the MD of Apple is Tim Cook. All right? By working, is today a billionaire in dollars. It didn't start Apple. All right? So the idea that nobody has made, and all of those people, the thing that makes them money is the value of their companies on the stock exchange. So if you were buying their shares as they are growing, Warren Buffett made his money entirely, all right, from investing in buying businesses and all of that. So again, it is important that we do not get into areas that are unnecessary. Don't complicate things. Focus. You know what I said? It is awfully important for you to what? It is awfully important for you to what? No, it is awfully important for you to know what is your business and what is not. Know what is your business and focus. See, circle of concern and circle of influence. Focus on the things that are in your control and that you can do something about. Stop creating scenarios around the things that disempower you. That's all. Because all the scenarios that you are creating will make it impossible for you to take action on the things that you can do. And the things that will change your life are the things that you can do. Stop looking at the richest people in the world. Who wants to be the richest people? I don't want to have money like Dangote. Maybe I will. Maybe. But I don't need that to be happy. Do you understand? I don't need that to be happy. Just a few $1 million. I'll be okay. I know they look for trouble. And you can do that from doing these things. All right? All right, let's go. Again, you have more questions?
Okay, like you host a business.
Understand why what you are doing failed, and then to not do it again. So there's a reason why people succeed, and there's a reason why people fail. So if you fail in a business, the first task, the first responsibility for you is to find out what did I do or what did I not do that is responsible for this. And if you identify that, correct them. And if that will lead to a transformation in the business, do it. Sometimes you need to exit a business and start a new one. Sometimes you just need to change something and you start getting better results. But without knowing the exact thing that you're doing, it's kind of difficult to give a blanket advice. All right? But there are many people that you can talk to in this space that will persevering, brother will go. Myself, people who have done business who have also gone ahead of you. There are many people who can teach you. But failure is part of life. All right, failure is part of life, and we all encounter it. People who live life without encountering failure, I live a lousy life. All right. Is everybody satisfied? All right. So thankfully, we're at a good point. All right, we're at a very good point. Today, this is the last session. All right, thank God. Thank God, this is the last session. All right, and so we're going to round that up by, speaking about good money habits. If you remember last month, we shared 4 money habits. How many people remember that? 4 more, you didn't come last month. To embrace, you need to adopt. But before we start, all right, we go again. All right, let's go. One more time. Everybody's awake now. All right, great. Knowing is not enough, as we have said. All right, applying, doing. So everything that you're learning today, if you don't do anything about them, all right, it will not deliver to you any results. All right, so it's important that you, as you are learning, that you are beginning to do, you are beginning to apply. That's what will deliver to us the most results. And our lives are a reflection of educated idiots. All right? You're going to be a highly educated nobody because you are not learning new habits and practicing them and doing that. Like, see, what we said last week, last month, and what you need to understand that education has nothing to do with how much money you make. You go to school, you get a certificate. That's the reward for that, going to school. Making money is a completely different ball game. That's the reason why an Idumota trader that didn't see university work who have more money than most people who graduated PhD. It's another reason why lecturers, an economics lecturer or finance lecturer in Unilag is still struggling, whereas a trader in the market makes more money. Going to school has nothing to do with making money. So understand, don't disqualify yourself because, oh, I didn't go to school. Oh, you go to school, you get certificates, end of story. Doesn't guarantee you making money. Making money is something else. You need to learn and understand that. And it doesn't matter that I'm a Christian too. It doesn't guarantee you money. The reward for being a Christian is what? Is eternal life. Chop that one and be content. If you want to have money here, you need to do the things that will make you money. You can be poor and end up in heaven. Is it possible? Yes. You can be poor and end up in heaven. You know, not now. No, that one. No, nobody oppose you for that one. But you can be rich and also what? End up in heaven. Whether you are poor, end up in heaven. You are rich, end up in heaven. That's entirely within your own choice to determine that I want to be poor here and so that I'll be rich. It's a fine choice. Nobody has problem with it. But if you say that, that heaven is guaranteed for all of us, but let me be here, okay. That's also your choice. Let nobody begrudge you that. All right? So it's your habits that are going to make the difference. A person who is successful, just understand that a person who is successful has formed the habit of doing the things that unsuccessful people won't do. A person who is successful has just mastered the habit of doing something that unsuccessful people won't do. So I'm going to go through a number of habits, all right? I think 7. Things that you should master, you should learn, they should become a part of you, all right? You should spend your life doing them or your time doing them, all right, if you are going to be successful, especially in the area of money. And the number 1 habit is what? Tithing. It's a useful habit for you to pick up, especially in this area of money. All right? Tithing is a good habit. Just keep in your mind that it's impossible to break the law. All right? To skip on tithing, to ignore it, to listen to all kinds of people who prophesy something else. You are only doing yourself great harm. You are shortchanging yourself long term. You can't break the law. You're only breaking yourself against it. And it is better with tithing, it is better to be humbled by what? By the word, than by the force of circumstances. If you fail to do that, if you are living recklessly and all of that, you are boning it. You are deciding that, the Old Testament, this thing, I can get away with it. All right. When your troubles come, with your full chest, leave it or live with it. People who want to play games around tithing and all of that, you don't make it an habit. You want to skip or you want to play. When your troubles come, the same way that you lived in, and I'll speak about it, the same way that you are living in pleasure now, when the challenges come for you, all right, and all of those things, bring your full chest out to live with it. Understand that God doesn't need our money. The reason you are tithing is not because God is in need. It's because you are in need. Do you remember what that passage that we read in Luke said? Oh, I will break down my bands. I will add money. Okay, God says, okay, keep your money. I will take my soul. Live with your own money, but I'll take what belongs to me. You don't know life. However life is hard for you, it can be harder. There's a reason why things fall in place for you. why God makes a way, why things don't, why certain things happen for you, and all of those things. See, the things that God does for us, there is no way for us to put a monetary value to it. That is why it is folly to be struggling with tithing. You know what Jim Rohn says? He says we have the best deal. All right? He says, give me 10%, take 90. If God says, give me 90, take 10, what will you do? What will you do? Is the person that, what does that passage say? Is the God that gives us power to make wealth. And that power is intellect, is opportunity, is wisdom, is knowledge, all of that into. And he says, give me 10%, I'll take this thing. You close your eyes and sleep comes. If God says, me, I will close your eyes, you give yourself sleep, what will you do? Because you close your eyes now and you sleep will come on you. Have you had some nights where you have tried to sleep and you couldn't find it? Have you experienced that before? Yeah. If God says, okay, let me close your eyes, you give yourself sleep, what will you do? You open your mouth and words form. You see something and you can understand it and you can contemplate in your mind and weigh things and consider those things. All of those things, there is no way to put a monetary value to. Don't notice, we can't see, we can't hold, we can't feel it. You have the best possible deal with God. So it's kind of, get God on your side. That's all you want. Understand that with God, everything with you is multiplied. And without him, is multiplied also. But one is with infinity and one is with zero. And no amount of wealth that you can, anything that you have, no matter how large it is, if it's multiplied by zero, is what? It's zero. So don't struggle with it. If you are going to make money, if you are going to be wealthy, start with that. All right? Start with a consciousness of wanting to be that, to do that, to be that guy. Be faithful in it. If you are not already, be faithful in it. And it does not matter that it's a small amount. Start. As someone says, it's easier to give 10% of 100 naira. It's not so easy to give 10% of 1 million. If you are struggling to give 10% of 10 naira, 100 naira, what confidence do you have that when the million start to come, you give it? All right? That thing will give you by far the greatest return. The things that God can do for you, and God will do for you, is more than anything that you can contemplate or imagine. So that's why you shouldn't struggle with it. Don't be calculating, if I take this now, it won't be enough. Before the money was yours, you didn't have anything. And God trusted you to give you the money to say that pay me back. If God wanted to take it up front, what will you do? All right? So that thing, you should always do it. And as this guy says, remember God in prosperity, so that he will remember you when the hard times come. Don't be living soft life. Don't be living high life. And forget God. Because when troubles come, you have to have something that you're falling back to as in holding. All right? Number two good money habit. Pay yourself what? First. That's the number 2 habit that you need to learn now where you are. When you start making money, you should remember to pay yourself. And you should do that first. Or in your own case, second. Because you pay tithe. But absolutely you must. And some of you be thinking, what does it mean to pay myself? All right? You must be determined to say this. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. You must have that kind of personal engagement with your money. You want to own it, you want to keep it, you want to have it. How many know that not all your income is your own? All right, that's you. When you buy groceries, what are you paying? The supermarket or whoever is selling you. That's not your money. When you pay for transport, who are you paying? Your transporter, you're buying fuel, you're doing all of these things. All of that money is not your money. You are paying other people. When you buy clothes, all right? When you go clubbing, how many of you go to club? You people, you are in church, you won't raise your hand now. Shopping life. All right? And the tragedy in life is most people will end up with our money paying other people, and then we fail to pay ourselves. In your own case, you buy the clothes. If you sew it or you pay people to sew it, we end up paying other people, and we forget to pay ourselves. So that's something you have to learn to do. Money will come to you because that paying yourself is the money that you will use as a foundation to wealth building. So you have to determine a certain amount or a certain percent of your income that is your money, that is unattached to not paying anybody, that is yours to keep. That's what we call saving. That's where the money from your saving will come to. This is my money. It is not for paying rent. It's not for buying things. It's not for chopping life. And it does not matter what level you are. If you don't start it now, it's kind of difficult to start it when the money starts rolling in. You must form the habit every money that comes to you. You must say that some of this money is my money. It is not for buying things, not for doing things. Rule number one is paying yourself is don't owe anybody. Because when you owe somebody, they have a first charge on your income. When you're servicing debt, you don't have money to keep for yourself. The only thing you put above paying yourself is what? Tithe. When you pay God, you pay yourself first. Before you pay landlord, before you start doing all of those things. You must, that's it. Pastor Fine was asking last week, how does somebody start to save? That's how. You have to be determined to claim ownership of some of that money. It's your money. All right? And you have to learn to live on less than you earn. If you are earning, it doesn't matter how much you are earning. If you are spending more than it, you are not making progress. It does not matter how much you are earning. If you are spending more than it, and it does not experience the joy that comes from knowing that you have money in your hand that is not attached by anybody and to anything. Just money sitting, that it's just my own money. It's not money that you are not saving money to spend on buying things. This is just money that I'm using to create a better financial future for myself. That experience, that feeling, you must create it for yourself. To have money that is unattached. I'm not paying for wig. I'm not paying somebody for anything. This is just my money. You can't enjoy life on any significant level if you are addicted to consuming and to borrowing. Remember, the only person that you are enslaved to is God. After that, you are free from everybody. And do not make yourself a slave of any man. outside of God, you want to be free. Difference between paying yourself and saving. You pay yourself first, you own the money. All right? You claim that money. All right? And then you put it into this thing. If you don't form the habit of saying, this is the money that is my own, you will not have money to save. All right? So claiming that money as in, of every month, as I'm taking tithe, I'm taking that money out. That is the money that forms your savings. All right? That is where your savings come from. But you need to determine in your mind that every money that comes to me, a part of it belongs to God, a part of it belongs to me. And those parts are going to come ahead of everybody else. So everything else, you have to sort of moderate it. All right? Wanted to ask a question.
Sir, you spoke about paying yourself. So I would like to ask, does paying yourself come in lieu of having a me time? For instance, I decide to take myself out after I've been paid, go on a fine dining, or go to the cinema, just have some fun, some me time. Can that be said to be done in lieu of paying myself?
I thought I answered this. When you tithe, who are you paying? When you are paying rent, who are you paying? When you are buying groceries, who are you paying? All right? When you transport yourself, who are you paying? All right? When you buy clothes, who are you paying? All right? When you go clubbing, which is when you go dining, when you do any of these things, you are paying all of those people. The money that you pay yourself is money that is unattached, that is not for anything except you are saving it to create a future. So you are saving it to invest it to create a future for yourself. It is money that dining and all of that is part of your expenditure. All right? All of those will come after you have paid yourself. Do you understand? All right? Does that make sense? Anybody else? Anybody else has any questions? All right?
Like, you mentioned art or be arted open.
Okay.
What does it mean?
As in take action. If you don't take action, the force of nature will be acting on you. I spoke about that when I said circle of concern and circle of influence. All right? It means that if you are not focusing on the things that you can control and then minimizing the circle of concern, you are not taking action, then the circle of concern will act on you. It will shrink your circle of influence. So the point is, take action on the things that are helpful to you. Otherwise, the force of nature and circumstances will act on you. All right?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else has any question? Okay. Number 3. Did any hand go up? No? Okay. Habit number 3 that you need to form. All right, is saving. And the secret of financial success is to spend what you have left over after saving, instead of saving what you have left after spending. All right? That's the question that Pastor Efrain was asking last week, and the same thing. The reason why most people can't save is they want their saving to be after everything that they have done. Go to dining, buy clothes, pay transporter, pay for rent, pay for everything, and anything that is left, save. And that's why your savings will be zero. But the way to save is you take your tithe out, you take your saving out, and everything else, you compress it into that remaining. All right? And when I said to you, set a saving goal, that's what I meant. All right? You are setting a percentage. So as things are improving for you, you are increasing that percentage of what you are saving. The reason why most of you don't have any money yet and won't have any money if you don't change is because you want to save after you have done everything else, and it doesn't work. And it's the same reason why many people don't tithe. They want to tithe after they have done everything else. But the reason why that doesn't work is everything else is limitless. So when you wait for what will remain after, nothing remains. Because there is an we have endless desires of things that we have to do. So that the same way that I demonstrated to you that is, if you don't put the important bricks in first, which in this case, your tithe, you're paying yourself first and your savings, so that if something is not going to be enough, it will be either quadrant 3 or quadrant 4. But when you put quadrant 3 and 4 in first, then you frequently be running short because there will be no space, no room. For, as I said, these things are applicable to everything that we do in life. Your financial success begins with your willingness, an unwillingness to save. And a disinterest in saving is just a sign up for poverty. Anybody who is unwilling or who is unable to put money aside, you have no chance. You have absolutely no chance. You must see every money that comes into your hand as a seed. And every part of that money, you must account for it in your mind. You must, this is my 10% tithe, whatever percent of savings that you are, and whatever will go into investment, and everything else, you have to squeeze it into it. If you are trying to squeeze your tithe and your savings into your money, that's why you have a problem. You must be that those go first, and then you squeeze everything else in. If you reverse it, like as we did with that demonstration, you are always going to have a less than optimal result. Samuel, this is you. All right? Many people would say, I'm saving money, but I end up spending it for something that I don't, I don't plan, I don't know, I don't intend. Your savings is not to be spent on anything. Go to club, go to dining, go to, none of that. Your saving only, the thing that your saving is for, is towards investments that create a future for you. You can have money, so if you save money, create money apart for enjoyment, but that's separate from your investment money or from your saving money. Do you understand? You create money separate for that, but for your investment, your saving and investment money, that's not what the purpose. All right? And for every generation, every time, everybody, the plan is you consume less today so that tomorrow can be great for you. That's the plan. That's the only plan that works. Every other plan is sort of woozy. That's the only plan that works. Sacrifice something today so that tomorrow can be sweeter for you. If you reverse it, living a high life, a soft life today, then you are going to have a hard time subsequently. All right? So that's savings. Any questions? I know the savings area is where is the mic? Somebody come forward if you want.
Does it make sense to give more than 10% of tithe at this my age?
It's entirely up to you. If your spirit is working on you or with you like that, there's nothing wrong. So long as it's not less than 10%. Keep in mind that anything you do for God, you are guaranteed to get a much higher return than it can be. So if that's what your spirit is leading you to do, it's personal to you. There's nothing restricting you. All right? So
So my question is on saving. You said on no accounts, if I will paraphrase, must you take out of it? So what if you have a case of important versus urgent? For instance, you are sick or a member of your family is ill.
That member of family will take it away.
I'm saying, is it okay to take out of your savings for urgent or important issues?
Okay, so what I would say is, when you are saving, you can have two categories of savings. Save for life transformational things, the things that are important to you, all right? And then have an emergency saving that you will use for all of these things. So you can say, of my 10% or 15%, whatever, this thing is for my future, for my financial freedom. Because you have determined when you want to be financially free. All right, you said that. And then you have an emergency pot that will cover any of these things. But did I give the scripture last month? That's the passage in Proverbs that says, it takes the ruthless, all right, to keep wealth. Only the ruthless, all right, build wealth, all right. So there's a certain ruthlessness that we need because all of these things, family emergency, family this thing, family that, somebody, those are the things that keep most Africans from getting ahead in life. So what you ideally want to do is you want to have a saving that is for untouchable and all of that, and then you want to have a smaller, people will technically do, they will say maybe like annual income, you can say like 5%, which is permanently kept for emergency. It is not increasing every month, it is just emergency fund. If you take out of it, you bring it back to the level, but then you have that portion of money that you are paying yourself. See, any money that you are keeping for an emergency, you are not paying yourself. That's just, you are meeting responsibilities. It's like going to a restaurant or doing any of that thing. But your focus needs to be on money that is helping you create a future for yourself. Did I answer you? Okay, anybody else? Because this area confuses many people. Yeah? Okay. All right. Habit number 4 that you need to learn and adopt is investing. All right. You need to learn the habit of investing. All right. And as Warren Buffett says, investing is simple, but it's not easy. What's the difference between simple and easy? What's the difference between when somebody says something is simple but it's not easy? What's the difference? To understand or to grasp. Take 10% of your money or your income or anything, invest it. That's complicated. It's not complicated, is it? There is no differentiation, there is no calculation, there is no Pythagoras theorem, there is nothing that we're talking about. The things that you want to do, you want to dine, you want to help your parents, you are sick, you are this, you are that. All of these things don't make it easy. It's simple what we need to do, but it is not easy because our emotional behavior gets in the way for most of us, all right? So the challenge for us is, even though it's not easy, we need to do it. That's what all the things that you have been learning today is moving you towards how to master it. There's only one way to maintain your wealth. Spend less than you earn and what? Invest the difference. You saw the example that we did with that compound interest guy. The guy who is using every interest that he's making to be maintaining a certain lifestyle is not really getting ahead as much as the guy who is reinvesting the money he's making into the market. All right? And you do that up to a point, you won't need to work again because you have so much working for you that you don't need to work. That's the goal of everybody, to get to a point where you don't need to be working for active or work income, where your passive income then becomes significant enough to sort you out. So this is always your target. All right? And the only way to do that is set a specific percentage of your income that you will invest each year up front. That's why we set all of those goals. How much are you going to invest? All right? How much will you save? How much are you going to invest? How much will you keep for emergencies? All right? You guys stay with me for a few more minutes and I'll be done. All right? And we can feast, because I think that they plan a feast for us today. You guys like to feast? Okay. All right. Invest your money, leave it alone and don't touch it. How many learned that example from this thing that we did? All right. Invest your money, leave it alone, don't touch it. That's the way to make more money. All right. Let it just be growing. Let it be working for you. It's directly proportional to your willingness to reinvest. All right? If you are consuming every money that you make as profit, you are just staying in the same place. All right? It's how quickly you get to independence is dependent on how willing you are, all right, to not spend the profits of your past investments. If you're consuming the profits, you're not getting ahead. All right? Any questions on investment? And as I said, I think in month 4, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about investments. Any questions? Any questions? Do you have a question? Yeah, don't let anybody intimidate you.
How do I optimize my finances to be more generous?
How do you, I don't understand. How do you optimize?
Yeah, my finances. Generous.
To be more generous.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about generosity in a minute. All right. Any other question? Okay. Habit number 5 is budgeting. All right. You need budget. How many understand what a budget is? What is a budget? Okay. A budget is a plan of how you intend to spend your money. All right. Money won't behave unless you tame it. All right. If you don't have getting out before spending it, telling yourself, "Did you please?" Tell them. See. You can hear. Come and see her, please. All right, a budget is money, people telling money where it will go. All right, and this is a sample of a budget, really. Your income will be your salary, any commissions that you make, any other money that you make on the side, any side hustles that you have that produce money. And your expenditure will be on the second side. You know, like we said, your tithes will go first, all right? How much are you saving, 10% or more? How much do you want to invest? Put aside, and every other thing can be in here. This order is important. If you set it the other way, you want to spend first before getting to tithing and all of that, you rarely get to it, all right? So it's important that you have something like this, however small, however unsophisticated. You need to keep a budget, all right? And what budgeting does for you is you worry before, all right, you spend instead of afterwards. You worry, you think about it, you plan it, you are deliberate about it. You know, not worrying after the money has gone. And how many know when you worry, when you have the money, it's a better worry than when you worry after the money has gone. Because when you are worrying, the money is still in your hand, you are able to direct it how it should go. But when the money has gone and you are now worrying, you know, Otigba penalty or throwing here. You know, so it's not how much you make, all right? What your budget does is it helps you determine what it will do for you, all right? All right, delayed gratification. You should give a lot of thought to the future. Why? Why? Because that's where the rest of your life is. Many people are focused on today. But the future is the rest of your life. You should spend a lot of time and give a lot of attention and thought to it. And that's what delayed gratification is. Because when you give thought to your future, you are able to make sacrifices today for that future to be better. All right? Living well today shouldn't be more important to you than living well tomorrow. Why? Because tomorrow is all the days that you have. Today is just one day. So when you choose today, when you do instant gratification, what you are doing is you are choosing today over the rest of your life. And what you should be doing, you should be choosing the rest of your life, which is tomorrow represents, rather than today. All right? Short-term pain for long-term gain. That's what delayed gratification is. All right? You are denying yourself something today so that tomorrow, which is the rest of your life, the rest of your days, can be sweeter, can be better, can be brighter for you. All right? By persisting, by sacrificing today, by giving up something today, all right, you may forfeit a little, you may give up something today. In the interim, we'll be living a better life than the compound interest guy, because every interest is spending it. But the compound interest guy, by denying himself for a few years that ability to spend that interest, what he is doing is he's creating somewhat a better future for himself, a future that this guy will never be able to live. All right? And what we're encouraging you to do is persist. All right? Knowing that if you pay later, the price is always higher. As you see in the examples that I did. If you start earlier, you only need to invest a little amount. But as time goes, the amount is increasing that you have to sacrifice. So that in that one example, by the time you get to age 60, you need to put down 620,000. Whereas something like that will have taken 13,000 if you did it earlier. All right? Any question? I've gotten to the last habits. All right? Any question? All right? Habit number 7. A lot of people have been asking me about this generosity thing. I promise you, and you. All right? It's a good habit for you to learn. All right? If you're going to make money, you need to be generous. It's a good habit to form, to adopt. All right? Because you recognize your life is not significant. All right? Except for the impact, how many other people you help to get along in life. All right? If your desire is to be like that rich fool, because none of his plans included anybody. It was him, so that I'll eat, so that my soul will be fat, so that I'll be. And God said that thing triggered God. It was immediate. All right. So your mind has to be expanded enough. There has to be enough room that you create in your life for other people. Is that it? We're here until 7 then. If you have much wealth, that's the question that most people are asking me. If you have much wealth, if you have much, give of your wealth. If you have a little, give of your heart. Everybody has something to give. People always think about money only, but everybody has something to give. All right, be generous is not just money. All right, there's generosity of time. There's generosity of money, there's generosity of knowledge, there's generosity of experience. Like you, for instance, if you have a failed business and you come to understand it, you know what mistakes you made, all right, to make that business fail, and you learn it and you correct it. When you see somebody else who is starting out in life, how many people were in this church when I spoke about Alpha Mefuna? I spoke about it briefly in this, I spoke about it mainly in church. And what I said is, the entire One Boy scheme is based on generosity. A desire to see other people advance in life also as you have. Rather than, I suffer, you must suffer. All right, which is what most people tend to do. So everybody has something to give. You can give of your time. You can give, everybody has something. You can be generous in compliments. Some people are dying for validation. Just a simple, this clothes suits you, the dress you're wearing, today you look nice. Some people don't get those kind of compliments, and that alone can be you doing something for somebody. Don't always think, I don't have money, I can't do anything. No, be generous. Be generous in how you think of people. How you think of people, be generous. So don't be quick to accept when you hear something negative about somebody. Yeah, I always knew you would be that kind of person. No, it might be somebody is lying. Be generous in your spirit, as in to say, I haven't heard from this person. I don't know what you are saying. It might be true, it might not be. I'm not going to behave to that person as if it is confirmed true. All right? Have a generous spirit. All right? And be generous to people, especially when they are not around. Be generous to people, especially when they are not around. All right? And no, let your generosity not be a task. Let your generosity not be, I attach this thing to this purpose. God must bring it back to me. All those kind of calculations, let it be far from you. Just being in a position to help people, let that be rewarding for you. And what you know is, God will bless you. It doesn't matter that, oh, I attach this thing to this thing. I want to be married, I'm sowing a seed. No. All right? Most people do this generosity thing on calculation. I want something, I will give God this, so that they're just gambling. This number of people, this many people, to help people this way. When that becomes a privilege, you see that God has put you in a position to be the one who is helping people. God will say that you have become responsible and you can handle more. But when you are getting and you are keeping and you are storing, and only yourself, your family, me, myself, I, myself, this thing, that doesn't work. All right? So let see yourself in a position to give. See it as a privilege. Be happy to do it. Don't give people money and be complaining. Don't help people and be complaining. All right? Be consider it a privilege that you are in this position that you can do this. All right? And as I've said before, it is best to start generosity when the amounts are small. Most of you are deceiving yourself thinking, I'm going to start giving when I make a lot of money. It is easier to give 10 cents out of $1. It is not so easy to give 100,000 out of $1 million. And if you're struggling to do 10 cents today, what gives you the confidence that when you make $1 million, you'll be able to give 100,000? All right, so start now. And it's the same thing with tithing. All right, if you're struggling to tithe now, with the money, the small amount of monies you have, and your excuse is not enough. All right, if you were here last month, when will it ever be enough? When will it ever be enough? Have you seen a time when everybody comes out and say, we have too much money, we don't have problem. Can you bring us problem to spend the money? Never. At every point in time, Dangote still they find money. Right? Everybody is still looking for more money. All right, never enough. All right, and as we come to the end, making money. One of the things that I've showed to you guys today is making money is a very simple activity, simple task. All right, but it requires some disciplines that you must practice. If you practice that, you will move ahead. If you don't practice them, you will struggle. If your plan is better, you will have more money. If you don't have a plan or you don't have a good plan, you will struggle. And no, a wise person does it at once. All right, what a fool will do last. So all these things that I've showed you people, the wise person is the person who goes from today and starts to practice those things. All right, the fool is the person who says, I'll do it next year, I'll do it next week, I'll do it next month. And that next month, as we said last month, that one day doesn't come because you just keep doing one day in it until, the day is on you. Don't just know, practice. Don't just know, practice. Doing well with money has little to do with how smart you are, but behavior is what makes a difference. All right? Thank you very much. I've come to the end of this. Thank you. You guys, thank you. You guys stayed awake, and most of you were concentrated. So it was a struggle, but you made it. All right, you made it. Let's clap for ourselves again, everybody. We did it. All right? Yeah. Now the food people better be ready because we have earned this food. Any questions? Pastor Fanny, I'm ready. Any questions? Any question? Any question? Okay.
All right, just like a very simple one. You said you don't do much of social media except for Twitter. So I was wondering why, for those of us who want to keep up with you on LinkedIn, say for example.
Yeah, I don't go to I'm on LinkedIn, but I don't really spend so much time on it. I'm saying. And people usually don't waste a lot of time on LinkedIn because it's business and all that. The things that waste people's times are all these other social media things. Twitter can be a real-time waster, as in Instagram and all of those things. So you have to be purposeful in using them, all right?
All right. So what's your name on LinkedIn?
On
LinkedIn.
I don't know off my head. I don't know off my head, all right? It will probably, I think if you search me, you'll find me. Because I use my name fully, I think it will be my name complete.
Checked his name. I checked your name.
You didn't find, is it email they used to find or just the names?
Just the name. Just the name.
And then I don't have any other this thing. I don't know why it won't find me. Because I don't use any other name. Maybe Ayodele
I'll check again.
Ayodele Arobo should come up. If it doesn't come up, I don't know. All right, any other question? Any other question? All right, I've already told you we are going to September, not August. I've told you that. All right, Pacifier in the next one, when should it be? Where's the calendar? In June, 21st or 28th, one of them. Which one should it be? 1st or 28th? That's the 3rd and 4th Fridays. Pastor is on the mic, oh, you guys put it on now.
Hello. Okay. So I think we should do. It depends on. Okay, maybe we should also. Okay.
Who? Men's program. Or it's 14th, it's the weekend of 14th. Or is it youth? The service that we have. This thing was on just now.
We have a service the last Saturday in Badore, so I don't want you to affect. So confirm what's happening.
What is happening? Do you guys have a program? It's today. Yeah, it's confirmed today. Pastor, I think okay, so the other thing I'll tell you is you guys be seated. You guys be seated for them to hand you what you're getting. If you're not seated, you are unlikely to be served. That's what. Sonia, please listen to the announcement. Anybody who is not sitting, you are skipping them. People should sit down to get the this. We don't want people creating a ruckus. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you.
Let's put our hands together. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Please, can we all rise? Just one, whether elder is here or not, we should be able to do this. Let's just say a word of prayers for him. Like somebody would say, what do you need to give to a man who is already blessed? Is that God will bless him the more. Praise the Lord. So can we make that prayer? That God will bless him. God will keep him blessed. In the name of Jesus. Just open your mouth and make that prayer. Father, we thank you for your son. We pray that you will bless him. You will keep him. You will build a shield of protection round about him and his family. No harm is permitted to come his way. You will make his way prosperous. In the name of Jesus. He will accomplish purpose. In the name of Jesus. Father, we give you thanks, we give you praise. Blessed be your holy name. Because we have prayed in Jesus' name. Can you make a word of prayer for yourself? The things you are learning, the knowledge that is being dished out, it will profit you. It will profit you. Can you make that prayer? It will profit you. Please make that prayer for yourself. It will profit you. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Blessed be your holy name, Father. Because we are prayed in Jesus' name. Amen. Praise the Lord. Please, you may be seated. Okay. Our next meeting is 21st of June 2024. So please mark your calendar. 21st of June. Well, any announcement? Okay, we are planning a youth program, or the ministry is planning a youth program sometimes in July. So be on the lookout. I'm sure when next we gather here for bare knuckles, we should have all the information you need. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. May the Lord God give you increase more and more, you and your family. Next month, God will keep each and every one of us together. God bless you.